Start our Waukegan City Council's Public Work and Infrastructure Committee meeting for, excuse me, Monday, July 17th. Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Felix. Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Martinez.
Present.
Alderman Newsom.
Present.
We have a quorum. Item B, I would like a motion for approval of the minutes from the Infrastructure, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on June 20th as presented. Motion by Alderman Newsom.
Second.
Second by Alderman Martinez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Audience time. Anyone in the audience here that would like to express a redress of their grievances as a guaranteed is a civil right within the Constitution of the United States? There being none, we'll move on. Before we go to, well, we have old business, there is none. And before we begin our agenda items for under new business, I'd like to recognize and announce for those of you who are not aware, we have a new Superintendent of Public Works, Mr. Alonzo Calvin Jenkins.
All right.
Congratulations, sir, and welcome. We are very excited to have you in that role. All right, item A. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to purchase 4 V-Box spreaders from Bonnell Industries per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 3, joint purchasing through Sourcewell for a not to exceed amount of $116,576. Motion?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Newsom, second by Alderman Bolton. And any questions? Roll call.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Thank you. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution for change order number 4 with Aircon Refrigeration and Heating for an amount of $8,250. This relates to they were doing the work and they discovered another valve that needed to be replaced. This was not identified during the initial bid, so this is just a simple change order, and it's a necessity. If I could have a motion.
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton.
Second.
Second by Alderman Martinez. Questions? Roll call.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item C, I would like a motion for a resolution approving the procurement and installation of a salt storage dome from Greenfield Contractors LLC through Sourcewell in the not to exceed amount of $117,118.25. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Alderman Martinez, second by Alderman Newsom. Questions? Roll call. Please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item D. If it be your pleasure, I would like a motion for a resolution to authorize the appropriation of MFT, that's motor fuel tax funds for the installation of a concrete slab for the salt dome and approve the proposal by D-Land Construction per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 7, good faith waiver for an amount not to exceed $110,838.
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton.
Second.
Second by Alderman Martinez.
Yep.
Questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton. Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item E, if you will, I would like a motion for a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution amending the previous resolution for design engineering services for Robinson Engineering, as well as change order number 2 for a not-to-exceed amount of $102,500. Is there a motion? Motion by Alderman Newsom. Second by Alderman Martinez. Questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item F, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution for Robinson Engineering to perform lead service line replacement inventory per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 4, professional services for a not-to-exceed amount of $100,000. Motion by Alderman Newsom.
I second.
Second by Alderman Bolton. Questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Item G, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution for change order number 1 with the Ant Mound Foundation per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 7, good faith waiver for the Youth Fire Hydrant Restoration Program for $70,000. And this is going to allow these youth to continue their efforts in beautification of our fire hydrants through the end of August. So if I could have a motion, I'd be.
I'll motion it.
Motion by Alderman Martinez.
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Bolton. Questions? Roll call.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton. Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. Item H, like a resolution approving a LPA joint funding agreement for construction work for a federally funded project to resurface Glen Flora Avenue and Sheridan Road, with the city's share being $176,960.
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton. Second by Alderman Newsom. So these are two major roads through Waukegan, as we all know. And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're gonna resurface Sheridan from Grand to Glen Flora?
Greenwood to
Grand to
Glen Flora.
Greenwood. Grand all the way up to Greenwood, that's excellent. And then
Greenwood to Glen,
From Greenwood
to Glen Flora. So
to
it's-
Glen Flora.
down to.
Yeah, okay, all right.
The other portion's been done already.
And then we're gonna do Glen Flora from Macquarie to Sheridan?
I could read to Jackson.
Glen Flora from Macquarie to Lewis.
To Lewis.
I could read to
Mac to Lewis and Greenwood to Glen. Got it. Okay, thank you very much. All right, may I have a motion? Oh, I got the motion. And are there any questions other than the one that was just answered? Okay, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item I, excuse me. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving the use of motor fuel tax funds for payment of the construction portion of the resurfacing of Glen Flora Avenue and Sheridan Road to Illinois Department of Transportation in the amount of $160,860.
I so move.
Bolton makes the motion.
Second.
Newsom makes the second. And are there any questions? All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item J, excuse me. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving a LPA engineering agreement for inspections with Robinson Engineering per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 4, professional services, for a not-to-exceed amount of $138,712. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Newsom,
Second.
second by Alderman Martinez. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item K, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving a grant of easements to permit encroachments on city property by an existing structure at 325 Washington Street. Is there a motion? Motion by Alderman Newsom.
I second.
And a second by Alderman Bolton. So this is the round building there at the corner of Washington and Martin Luther King. And I understand it's up for sale, and because this awning or some part of that structure overhangs the sidewalk, it's been there for about 50 years. And as the sale is being affected and they have to clean up all of the language around property lines and so forth, this was added to our agenda for tonight. And that's the essence of it. So they're not gonna destroy the building to to bring it in line with the easement. So we're asking for approval of this motion. Are there any questions about it? Thank you. Roll call.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. And last but not least, item L. I'd like a motion to approve an application by Aaron Park to participate in the city's Adopt a Road program. I'm going to read this one. Public Works is requesting approval for an Adopt a Road program application from Aaron Park for the following road selections. First choice on Lawn Avenue near Diversity Park from West Hill Avenue to Southwest Avenue. And second choice on West Hill Avenue from Darla Court to Southwest Avenue. If the City Council approves the application, the applying group will be required to enter into a participation license agreement and may adopt a street or road for a period of 2 years, which may be extended by mutual agreement between the group and City Council. May I have a motion?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton. Second by Alderman Martinez.
I got
Are there any questions?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
They're adopting the road to keep it clean or,
Yeah, they'll pick up trash and
okay.
monitor, I guess, and if they think like maybe it needs traffic lines repainted or curves, they'll notify Public Works, kind of eyes on the thing. All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
All right. And that be that. So reports and communications, I don't think I have anything to report or communicate. Does anyone on the council have anything they'd like to make known to the public or to the committee? Nothing. Motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Newsom. Second by Alderman Bolton. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned at 5:15 exactly. 14 minutes. Thank you all.
Okay, we're going to start the Finance and Purchasing Committee meeting, 5:30, Monday, July 17th, 2023. Can I get a roll call, please?
Alderman Newsome,
Present.
Alderman Bolton,
Present.
Alderman Hayes, Alderman Florian,
Present.
Alderman Whedon.
We have a quorum. Can I get a motion approval of the minutes from June 20th, 2023? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Bolton. Are there any questions to the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D, public comment. Is there anyone that wants to speak on anything on the agenda for the Finance Committee? Hearing none. We'll move on to new business. There's no old business. New business. A resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458, subsection I-1, sole source, and approving an agreement with Stryker for stretcher and trolley maintenance service. The fire department would like to sign a 5-year service contract with Stryker. The service contract will cover maintenance and repairs for all ambulance, stretchers, and trolley systems. The Stryker equipment provides power assistance to raise and lower patients on stretchers. In addition, the trolley system allows for mechanical advantage when placing patients in and out of the ambulance patient compartments. The total contract price is $33,380. Payment will be split over a 5-year period. The funds for each year will be from GL Code 100-3020-25472. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Florian. Are there any questions to this motion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye. Motion carried. Item B, resolution approving a tower and ground space lease between K2 Towers 3 LLC and the City of Waukegan. The City of Waukegan desires to occupy tower space on site for its communications equipment. K2 Towers 3 LLC owns a communications tower on a parcel of land located at 1731 South Oak Plain Road in Waukegan, Illinois, and is willing to provide space on the tower for the fire department at the site pursuant to a proposed tower and ground space lease agreement. The proposed term of the lease is for 10 years with automatic option to renew up to 5 additional terms of 5 years each. The City of Waukegan shall not be required to pay rent to landlord for the equipment. In the event that the City of Waukegan wishes to significantly increase the size or number of its equipment, landlord may request a reasonable rent. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Florian. Are there any questions to this motion?
I do have one.
Alderman Florian?
I know we're going to like the countywide 911
Dispatch.
Yeah, does that affect this in any way? Is this related to the dispatch?
Chief Pazer?
I'm sorry, Alderman Florian, I couldn't hear your question.
I wanted to know if this tower agreement, whatever, is related to dispatch in any way, because we're going to a countywide 911 system in 2 years?
Hopefully summer of 2025 is when it will open.
Okay, that's 2 years.
So we're upgrading all of our radios as well as our antennas because we're having a hard time communicating with dispatch. So this will help us in right now and then also when we do go over to the county dispatch center. Yes.
So we won't have to redo
Correct.
anything or whatever?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Okay.
Any more questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye, motion carried, thank you. Item C, resolution approving a plan and participant consulting and investment advisory agreement between Retirement Plan Advisors and the City of Waukegan. Staff recommends that members of the Finance and Purchasing Committee authorize the mayor to adopt a resolution approving a plan and participant consulting and investment advisory agreement between Retirement Plan Advisors and the City of Waukegan. Are you speaking on this, or is this any one of you? Oh, Mr. Mika? Oh, okay. Oh, let me get a motion on the floor first. Motion
So moved.
by Alderman
Second.
Florian.
Second.
By Alderman Bolton. Thank you, Mr. Mika.
Okay, so basically what this is, the retirement plan advisors, they are going to go out to market for us for our 457B plans, just to make sure that we are offering our employees the best fees for the funding plan types that they are entered into. RPA normally works with Empower, but they are kind of branching away a little bit. And since they are separate from Empower, we are just looking for them to just go out to the market just to make sure that that we're offering our employees the best benefits for this voluntary plan.
And I was reading on here how they are paid. How are they paid for this service?
They are paid based on the plan assets, so they will gather up all the participant plan monies, the dollar amount that our employees are collectively participating in, and that's where they will get paid their basis points.
Okay. First, can I get a motion to seat Alderman Hayes?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Florian. Second.
I second.
Second by Alderman Bolton.
Thank you. My apologies,
To
Chairwoman.
seat Alderman Hayes at 5:38. Thank you. We are on item C.
Don't we have to vote on that?
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
letting Alderman
okay.
Hayes know where we are. We are on item C, resolution approving a plan and participant consulting and investment advisory agreement between Retirement Plan Advisors and the City of Waukegan. Are there any other questions?
Wait, don't we have to vote on him being seated, or is it just a motion and a second?
It was just a notation that he's being
So-
seated.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. All right, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
I do have a question. So how was this particular company chosen? Like, there's a lot of people in this business, obviously. So have we worked with them before?
We
or-
currently work with them right now.
Okay,
They actually work with us with our 457B plan through Empower now, and they've been with the city for over 12 years.
okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye, motion carried. Item D, resolution approving the City of Waukegan's amended credit card and store. Can I get a motion on the floor with this?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Hayes, second.
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Florian. What this does will add the executive secretary to the mayor and the special projects analyst in the office of the chief of staff to be allowed to use the credit card. Are there any questions? Alderman Florian?
I don't have a question about this particular issue, but I am curious about the process in general. Like, the credit card bills are reviewed, I'm assuming, by somebody in finance, or who goes over those? I guess I never asked about that before.
Yes, as, is Sherry gonna speak? Sherry's coming.
yes, once they are, the credit card and the backup documentation is submitted to finance, before we put it through for processing, we verify that all the document matches everything that's on the bill.
Okay, I was just curious because I had asked before when I was going over the bill run about the actual bill itself, but that's never made available, right? Like the actual statement?
No, unless it's FOIA, then yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye, motion carried. Item E, ordinance increasing the number of Class A tavern liquor licenses by 1 for Bertrand Lounge Inc., DBA Bertrand Lounge, 2616 Washington Street. Motion to approve an ordinance increasing the number of Class A tavern licenses for Bertrand. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
I
Motion
second.
by Alderman Hayes, second
Second.
by Alderman Bolton. Are there any questions to this motion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Nay. Motion carried. There, we have reports and communications. We have some in our packet, but the gaming and the push tax and casino, all that information was not available until this morning, so each alderman has a packet of this, and it will be uploaded to board docs and I guess for the next meeting. If there are no questions, do you want the finance to go over this, or?
I know they usually tell us whether there were any, and I apologize, I didn't look at this, any home business applications? Were there any this time? No, okay. All right.
Was there?
Home business?
Yeah,
Let
they
me
don't go
see.
through.
Let me see if there was any. I didn't remember seeing any. I didn't see any. No, there wasn't. Was there any?
So business and rental license are no longer under us. They
I'm
were
sorry, can you
trans-
speak in the mic a little bit? Thank you.
So licensing for business licensing and rental licenses were transferred to a building back in April. So we no longer have a report from finance. It was on the April or May highlights that I gave you guys.
Oh, I missed that,
Also-
I apologize. So we need to ask the building department then
Yes.
to include that in a report.
Will that come out monthly in the report that we get off of, for the monthly reports, Mr. Sellis?
Good evening. I'm sorry, what was the full question
The
again?
question was, were there any home businesses for the month, applications for home-based businesses?
I believe there were. I don't have the total right now, though. We've been trying to migrate all the information from Cayenta, which is a system we were previously using, into Mainstar, and there was a mix-up with the application dates. We're supposed to put the date they actually applied for, and we put the current date that we're putting it in. So like last month, it showed that we did like 400 business licenses, and that's not the case. It was probably only about 30 or 40.
Oh, okay.
So I can
that
try
would
to get the
be-
information for you, but yeah.
That will be in a report that we get?
We give a report to the month, to the mayor's office, but last month there was a mix-up with the numbers. So
Okay.
I could try to find something, and actually I'm working on it, so we could try to clear that up for you.
Okay.
And then I could send something out to all the older persons about how many licenses were available. As well, I believe the chief of staff shared a Power BI app where you can actually click and you'd see all the information there as well.
Yeah,
So-
he's talked about that coming for us.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, being none, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So
Sec-
moved.
I second.
Motion by Alderman Hayes, second by Alderman Bolton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, 30 seconds, and we'll be starting the Code and Revisions Committee. Okay, it is now 6 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and start the Code Revisions, Appeals, and Negotiations Committee. Can I have roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Hold on, I usually don't do that. That's usually the attorney.
Okay, we're going to call the roll. Mayor Taylor?
Present.
Alderman Hayes?
Present.
Alderman Guzman?
Present.
Alderman Donenworth?
Present.
Alderman Bolton?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. The first one, can I have a motion to hear the ordinance number, or the ordinance? I need a first and a second. Can I have a first?
First.
Second.
Okay, so that was Hayes and Guzman. Okay. Item A, an ordinance amending section 21-122 of the Code of Ordinances, adding limited parking in front of home daycare centers. So this was something that was requested by an alderman for something specific to his ward. We cannot do something specific to a ward, so this would affect the whole city, which means that it could affect 145 potential daycares in our city. Is George Sellis in the room? George, would you like to talk about that for a minute?
Yes, good evening. What was the question? I'm sorry?
So we just want to know, there's 145 daycares, right?
That's
We
correct.
cannot do this for a ward. We have to open it up for the entire city.
It would become available for the whole city,
Right,
correct?
and
yeah.
this is affecting 2 parking spaces in front of each daycare.
Correct.
Correct? Okay.
Mhm.
So this could potentially be like.
About 300
100 something.
300 or so parking spaces that
Okay.
we would lose off the streets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions to the motion?
You said up to 300 parking spaces we would lose?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
If we're blocking 2 parking spaces in front, it's technically 290 spots that we're going to be blocking off that nobody can use. So that's, and the other issue that we have is a lot of the daycares are in rental houses or rental buildings, and if they move, then we'd have to pick up the sign and go move it somewhere else, and it would create an issue there also.
And that's if they tell us correctly?
That's correct, yeah.
Because like sometimes we don't find out until they do their business license renewal. So we don't always know that they've moved. So we could be actually reserving extra spaces that we don't know about. But questions?
I have a question.
I have another question. Sorry.
Thanks, George. So, as the mayor stated, initially this was requested by someone in my ward, and they asked specifically for their residents, and then as we did the investigation, obviously we have to make this available to all of the daycares. It's not that we have to give it to them. And so it could be that just as we do with the handicap parking, an individual daycare could ask for it and it would be evaluated yes or no. But the ordinance would have to be written to allow it to be implemented at any daycare. This is a particular concern, so it wouldn't, and every daycare is not going to have this issue, but it is a particular concern to several daycares in that mom has to drop off the kids, 1, 2, maybe 3 toddlers, and particularly in bad weather. And this is where the problem came to light. Mom come to drop off a kid, she has to park halfway down the block or around the corner and walk the kid into the daycare and go back and get the second and so forth and so on. So what I like to do is pass the ordinance and treat it just as we would an application for handicap parking, wherein the traffic control or traffic officer, traffic division would go out and make an evaluation, if it meets the criteria to allow for the drop-off zone. And then to your other point about what happens if they move, if the license becomes null and void, we renew the licenses every year, in my understanding. And so at that time, you could ask the question, or you can check the list. Are they renewing their license? If no, and then it wouldn't be like any other it wouldn't be an extraordinary effort to go and pick up a sign, take it out of the ground. So, as for your.
So a couple of things to that is, one, you can't debate it if they ask for it. If it's open to one, it's open to everyone. So you can't necessarily make exceptions. It's like if a daycare would come and ask, they would have to be granted that.
But all of them wouldn't ask, Mayor.
No, not all of them may ask, but it has to be open that if they do ask, they're entitled to have it. As I said, when their business license is renewed, that we check that address, but they could move tomorrow and we wouldn't find that out until their license renewal is up. So just so there's clarification on that. But it's, these are two different aspects of it, and you have to decide how you want to do that. But that is something that's why I wanted Mr. Sellis to clear that up on how many it could potentially affect. You cannot make an ordinance for one ward only.
I have a
I
question.
have a question.
I'm sorry, yes.
Go ahead, Alderwoman Bolton.
So speaking with one of my constituents that has a daycare, if they're having parents drop off children at different times, how would this look? I guess that's what I would ask. If you have limited parking.
We came up with some specific times that were requested. So there would be like a window, and I forget exactly what the window is.
I didn't see the ordinance, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, could you speak in the
Kelly,
mic so
do
you
you
can
have it?
project?
Yes,
Speak in the mic.
the proposed window for drop-off and pickup would be 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.
So other than that, and remember that this is not parking, they're just dropping off. So pull up, drop off your kids, and leave.
But no one else can park in those spots either, though.
Right.
Just so you know that.
So the owner can't, right?
No one would be able to
Like you said,
park
this is a
there other than to
residential
drop off the children.
Daycare. I mean, she can't park in front of her own daycare?
Right. How do we know if the car is parking or if they're just dropping off? Like, if the police drive by and see a car parked there during that time, how are they gonna know they're not just dropping off or parking?
Well, they shouldn't be parked. They
Well,
should be,
but
I know.
We're not supposed to leave our cars running either, so you can't leave the car running and go inside because you're not supposed to leave your car running. That's an ordinance.
Yep.
How are you gonna know if they're parking or dropping off?
I would think by the time the police get out of their car and walk up and write the ticket, I mean, they're just taking the kid to the door, right? They're not going inside and having coffee, so.
Alderman Hayes, you had a question?
I had a question about how it's going to be paid for. Does the city have to foot the bill for the signs and the labor to go out and put the signs in, or is this a fee that the home daycare would pay for the city to go out and?
I don't know if that was considered, Tom. I mean, signage is normally put in by the Public Works Department, but I don't think, I didn't consider that when I proposed the ordinance, so I don't know how we would address that. Maybe we need to discuss that too.
And this is being requested by the daycares, right? Just so I'm clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Just one
Yes.
daycare.
By one daycare.
One daycare, and he told me that they have at least 98, like, a group that they're constantly in communication, but it was specifically requested for 512 North Ash Street in my ward.
Okay.
Right, and that was, I did talk to a couple of 3 other daycares who expressed interest in or agreement with it, but I didn't take like a survey or anything, so I was just trying to solve a problem specific in my ward and requested one of my constituents.
Sure.
And that's how this whole thing started.
Okay, and that makes sense. I think my concern is, if, thinking it through, if the people that are dropping off, and I drop my kids off at daycare too, so I get it. And it's a mad rush and you need to find parking and you're trying to get to work, and I get the frustration around it. But if the people that are dropping their kids off at daycare can't find parking, and then we're gonna take 2 to 3 parking spots already away from that street, it seems like we would be creating an additional burden to the other neighbors. Because if there isn't a lot of parking on the street already, and now we're gonna remove 2 spots for 10 hours a day or whatever the time frame was, it seems like we would be conveniencing one person and potentially inconveniencing everyone else on the block.
Yeah.
So I'm like trying to weigh the burden.
Yeah, there is that. You know, now I can speak to 512 North Ash Street, and part of the reason or the exacerbating factor in this is that there is a neighbor next door who has, I believe, 5 vehicles. They won't park their vehicles in their driveway, or only park one in there because they don't want to jock him around.
Sure.
So they park all their vehicles out on the street, right?
Yeah.
So there is a parking issue down in that block. And this is the proposed solution. I think we should give it a try and see how it is. I don't, again, I think if we treat it just like we do with the handicap parking, you have to make application for that, and then the traffic division goes out and says, do you have other options, or how far is your car parked or something? You know, they can measure the qualifications for the.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm not in this committee, but could a rule be made where if they're being dropped off, you put your hazards on?
Yeah, you can
and
do
then
that.
and then you'll know that they're dropping people off. Is that something that could be done?
Yeah, the way the ordinance is read right now, it just opens it up that any daycare could apply.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't say that you have to put an application in and the traffic division would do a study. I don't even know that our traffic division has, I mean, that could be 145 potential daycares that we'd have to do traffic studies on. I don't know that has been, like, that portion hasn't been through the police department for review.
Right.
Because that's not how the ordinance is written right now that you're voting on this evening.
Yeah, that's what I mean, it would obviously be an amendment to the way the ordinance is written, and that's why we're having the discussion, so we can see how we might make this work.
What I would suggest is maybe holding it over if you want to do that, because I'd like to talk to Chief Navarro and the traffic department before we amended an ordinance, making them having to do it without consulting them first.
Yeah.
So if you'd like to hold this over and get more information, would that be something you'd be willing to consider?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so Alderman Hayes, will you make a first to hold it over?
Yes, Mayor. First.
And a second?
I'll second.
Okay, okay. And then what we can do is get them to look into that, and
Let me call the roll.
yeah.
Okay.
We don't need it for holdover. We don't need a
We're
roll call.
postponing to the next meeting, right? Or we're holding it for one meeting?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah. But I
So-
just want to talk to Chief Navarro and the traffic department
And so
before
this will
that.
be brought back on their next council
Yes,
meeting?
yes.
Can I just make one more comment? I know.
Sure.
Is there a way to, like, for the owner of 412 North Ash Street to figure out something in that owner's driveway, if they have a driveway?
Yeah, I'll talk to them again.
Okay, I don't know, just to see, like, conceptually, I get what you're getting at, and it makes sense, but I just didn't know if maybe there's another workaround that doesn't require us to, like, do it citywide.
I'll go back to them, I'll talk to them tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Item B, can I have a motion? I need a first and a second.
First.
I'll second.
Okay, Alderman Hayes, and second is Alderman Bolton.
Okay,
Okay, and this is an ordinance amending Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances regarding fines and parking in front of hydrants. So there seems to have been a scribbler's error in our ordinance that normally in most municipalities to park in front of a fire hydrant is $250 fine. Ours is $25, which is nothing. So this is to change that ordinance to be $250 fine for parking in front of a fire hydrant. Any questions to the motion?
I just have a question. You said it was a scrivener's error. It was intended to be $250? Is that?
We believe so,
Okay.
because that's what we believe had been at one point, and that's what it is in other municipalities. So we believe that's what it was, but we just noticed it as being $25. And frankly, that's not a deterrent for people parking in front of hydrants.
No, it's not. Okay.
Any other questions to the motion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes,
Aye.
Alderman Guzman,
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth,
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item C, can I have a first and a second to hear the motion?
First.
Second.
And then I'm going to have our HR director come up and talk about this a little bit. So what this is an ordinance amending our code of ordinances regarding residence requirements for employees. And we still have this on the books. Most municipalities, if I'm correct, do not have this anymore. But I'm going to let our HR director talk to you about it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that I had an Alderman briefing with you all last Thursday in regards to this matter. Most municipalities don't have necessarily a residency ordinance. They do have, some of them have no residency ordinance or a mileage. I can just give you some updates as in regards to, you know, just recently when we did our vacancy posting for the Director of Finance role. We've had that out for almost 2 years now. We did not have a Waukegan resident apply for that. We had 2 Illinois individuals and 11 other individuals in different states. You know, so most of our attraction is for our applicant pools are coming from individuals outside of Waukegan for the more, for a lot of the vacancies that we have. So if there's any questions from what I discussed with you in your respective alderman briefings, I'm more than happy to answer those questions.
I think what I can say is, from what I've seen, we kind of look and see if they're from Waukegan, and just like the police department does, or the fire department, we kind of, oh, this is a Waukegan resident. But
well, Mayor, let me just add to that. Just because they are a Waukegan resident, it does not mean that we automatically give them a position with the city.
No, exactly.
They must meet the skill set and the qualifications of the position, regardless of where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is it still means that you need to, you know, but 2 people being equal, we would look at they're a Waukegan resident. But in today's market with, you know, basically it's hard to find people that can sometimes fit the qualifications and then also put the residency requirement on them. And right now, we currently have 6 department heads. Am I correct?
That is correct, but also going into it, I know that in the municipal code book, it does have a residency ordinance in there. However, I think around 2003, the unions, the contracts for the unionized employees, it was removed. So you're looking at only the salary ordinance employees that this would qualify for. You cannot enforce it with unionized employees. We will, the city will be hit with a unfair labor practice, lawsuits, and so those individuals are definitely off of the table. The mayor brought up the department heads. I know that that was a concern. We do currently have 6 department heads that do not reside in Waukegan. Upon hire, they were not told that they had to reside in Waukegan. And ultimately, just to let you know that if the residency is enforced, you could be looking at replacing up to 6 department heads effective immediately. There is no, we are at will. There are no employment contracts in place for your department heads. So just like the city can separate employment with them, they can separate employment with the city.
And my understanding also, there's, besides 6 department heads, we have at least up to 50 or 45 individuals that are employed.
So under the salary ordinance, you have 40 employees that are not residents of Waukegan.
How many?
40, and 29 that are.
Alderman Florian?
I know I'm not a member of this committee. Thank you for letting me speak. That's a concern for me. I mean, you're talking about almost 50 employees that would basically be terminated immediately, and it's so hard to get people. I mean, like you said, we've been trying to get a finance director for 2 years. If we have to get 6 department heads, how long is that gonna take to make it happen? I certainly want everyone to live in Waukegan like all of us do, right? But I think also it's very difficult to hold some employees in a different light than others. I realize some are union and some are not, and there's differences there. But how can we enforce an ordinance on some people that hasn't been enforced in 20 years? I mean, we haven't enforced it. We've hired people under false pretenses, sort of, if you will, because we have hired department heads since 2003, right? And so we've kind of hired them under false pretenses if we knew they didn't live in Waukegan and we didn't require them to move in. So I think, and maybe Kelly can clarify this, are we opening ourselves up to lawsuits if we enforce this all of a sudden?
Good evening, members of the committee. I'm not going to speculate on lawsuits, but it is, it's not been a condition of employment. And so I think the bigger issue is the efficacy of city government, and you would lose, it sounds like, up to 46 employees off the bat if it were to be enforced. We have to maintain continuity and function of government, and I think from a practical perspective that would be hard to do if 46 employees, you know, tomorrow we're told they have to either move to the city or.
And housing is so difficult to get right now. I mean, that's 10% of our workforce, right? We're about 500 people, so.
Yes, a little bit over 5.
Yeah, so.
And if I could say, I agree with Alderman Florent. You know, we talk about removing individual that is the heartbeat of things moving. No, it seems so unethical, so unfair. And you've lived maybe in Gurnee 3, 4, 5 years, and you purchased your home, and we're asking you to jump up and move to Waukegan. Just no.
Can I just say one more thing, though? I would like some clarity around city vehicles, though. Like, do we let people drive them? You know, if they're issued a city vehicle, can they drive 50 miles a day to their home? I mean, that adds wear and tear, that increases the chances of. So, you know, more time on the road means more chance for accident, right? That kind of stuff, more liability. So do we have any parameters around the city vehicle issue for people that don't live in the city?
So, Alderman, I don't oversee the vehicle policies. Each department operates, I guess, differently, but I can tell you for our public works supervisors, our code enforcement officers, I have worked with our labor attorneys to get actual take-home vehicle policies drafted and signed off by those employees that are wanting to take home those vehicles. Any other city individual that has a city vehicle that hasn't, I don't have anything, I believe, and the police department, they do have a policy in place that was vetted by our labor attorney, Attorney Geert, and he was fine with the policy that they have in place, but outside of those respective departments, I don't know what the protocol is for their vehicles.
Okay, and then one more question, I'm so sorry. One other thing, so we do have some employees that need to be here quickly sometimes, right? Like if they're on call or, God forbid, a big tragedy happens with the police or fire. Mm-hmm. Do we have some kind of a radius where we say, well, you have to be able to get here in a certain amount of time?
So so you're mostly referring to our first responders and our public works employees. And maybe our code enforcement officers when they're on call. There are protocols in their CBAs and in their department policies that will outline what those parameters are. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to reside in the city. It's just that they may have a certain response time. You may have it to where with our public works crew, they go down a list of calling individuals, and if you don't show up, it may be subject to discipline. So there are some parameters in place, not necessarily you have to reside in the city in order to be on call.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
So I believe even in our code enforcement, whether you live in the city or out of the city, you know when you're on call. And if you don't complete your on-call, and Commissioner Sellis, I think you'll agree with me on this, you are still subject to disciplinary action whether you're in or out of the city. It still means that you're on call for that. Okay. Any other questions to the motion?
I do. So I've been thinking about this a lot. Okay, I think the director of finance was there at the Alderman briefing, made a good point, very, very good point.
Alderman, I'm not the director of finance, I'm the director of human resources.
Human resource, I apologize, sorry. You made a very, very good point. Since 2002, 2003, nobody was towed, even though the ordinance was in fact there. But this is like 200 or 300 employees. I agree to maybe do an amendment, maybe exempting the ones we have now, but future going, I still think those 200 or 300 employees should be living in the city. I mean, these are good paying jobs. These are middle-class families. Their heads on their shoulders. I mean, I understand how the whole thing is presumed because I have kids. I kept them, the school system, I kept them in elementary, then I moved them to private school after to get them not into the junior high and the high school, to put them in a direction where I saw that they should be going. So I do get why they would like to stay in their prospective towns. This is why I push so hard for the police department to have more troops on the ground. But I still feel that they should stay, but I'm willing to like exempt the ones we have now, if we can do that. But moving forward, I mean, there has to be a way somehow for, I mean, I understand the whole thing is the schools and everything like that, but that's, it's very difficult. So, I mean, I guess I would say let's do maybe an amendment, maybe exempt the ones we have now.
Okay, I think you want to think out that amendment though, because if you're only going to, that means any future hiring, you would automatically, like, again, with the finance director, that's going to limit us in getting a finance director because we don't have that finance director now. And I can't tell you that the next person coming along will be from Waukegan. So how do you, I mean,
as long as they're willing to move to Waukegan. I mean, we're talking, what, how many employees right now? 200-300 employees? I mean, if my dad or my mom was a police department officer and stuff like that, I think when I was in high school, I'd be a little bit more calmed down, or a firefighter or department.
But you're talking two different things because the police and fire, that's part of their bargaining.
That ship has sailed.
No, I get that. I get all that, but I mean, yeah, I'm talking about the future. I mean, when the city employees live in, I mean, these are very good paying jobs.
I mean.
Well, Alderman, I can tell you with a lot of the vacancies that we have outside of those that's working like in public works, office individuals now are asking to spend more time actually at home working from home because that's just the day and age that we're in. So, you know, even to get, because there's other municipalities that do have hybrid plans. There's other municipalities that do offer more work from home than having them come into the office. So we're either getting, you know, boost up the pay if you want me to come in the office every day, or give me those additional benefits, or give me more vacation time. So, you know, today's recruiting is much different than it used to be. And people are asking for a whole lot more. And in comparison to other communities, our pay, while it is good pay, is still very competitive out there with other municipalities that do offer some of those things in addition to higher pay.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. Corporations are having a hard time bringing their employees back from home to the office. And I agree with corporations. They need to come into the office.
Well, we have gone to certain, depending on your position here, in order to be competitive and not lose people, we allow certain work spots to do 2 remote days per week. Would I love to have them here, and we encourage them to be here, but we need to be competitive. Same thing with when you're talking about putting too many restrictions on, like for instance, one of the reasons that we haven't chosen a finance director is some of the finance directors came back and immediately told me they wanted 6 weeks vacation. And I said, you haven't even proven yourself to me. Why would I give you 6 weeks vacation? But if they can go to another municipality and get it, and they have,
Correct.
you lose that candidate. But in my opinion, I've been pretty strict about that, and Director Jones will tell you that, as I have said outright, if they were here for a year and I could see what their work was like, I might consider that. But to give somebody 5-6 weeks off the bat without me knowing what their work ethic is like, that's a big thing for me to bite off and say yes to. But it is something that every single candidate that we have looked at has immediately mentioned 4 to 6 weeks is what they wanted off. And they wanted, many of them wanted to work remotely at least 1 day per week. So this is just the new marketplace.
And in
so,
addition to, they wanted a higher salary too. So under the salary ordinance, the mayor has the authority to start to put a department head anywhere on that respective tier. So initially, when we first went out for the vacancy for Director of Finance, we started that title at step 3. And then the second time around when we did our nationwide search, we started at step 8, which started out at about $145K, and that still wasn't good enough. And that we had individuals wanting more than that, plus 4 to 5 weeks of PTO time up front. So we are in when we're going up against other municipalities right now that don't have a residency or ordinance, that do give all that stuff up front, that do have a higher salary, it is hard to find a director of finance. Right now we have look across the street at Lake County, they're looking for a director of public works right now. Those are starting to become hot commodity jobs. HR directors, they're starting to become hot commodity positions. So
one of the hardest ones, we found this out, and I think Alderman Newsom was with me last year when we were at the IML conference, and they mentioned that the 2 hardest positions to get are the director of finance and building commissioners. Mm-hmm. And building commissioners are harder than even director of finance. And that was kind of, this is through HR Gov, who we work with all the time. And they basically said, you know, it's a bidding war, and you have to be prepared that that's what it's going to be. I've been a little reluctant to go into that bidding war. I'm kind of like, let's see, let's try this, let's try that. But were you in that course with me, Alderman Newsom, when we took that one? No, that was through HR Gov, and it was at the IML conference, and it was very enlightening of just, like I said, now in the past 6 months, Public Works is another one that's really hard to get. So what I don't want to do is put a noose around our neck that we stop ourselves from hiring good people because we put a restriction on it. But I do think that we try as much as we possibly can to hire Waukegan people. And that is a commitment that I've made, HR Director Jones has made, that we look at that. As long as you meet the qualifications, then that person definitely, is one that, oh, they're from Waukegan. We look at that.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm not on this committee, but I have a question. I know that this ordinance dates back to like 1978-ish, somewhere in there.
I think so.
And I do know that I think for probably 10 years it was enforced. Then after that, it wasn't that much enforced. But I do know that before I came in as alderman, 2002, 3, early, somewhere in there, police prior to that were required to live in the city of Waukegan. All police, not just chiefs, deputy chiefs, fire chiefs, deputy chief, they were all required to live in the city of Waukegan, but that was bargained away. And so by contract, they did not have to live in the city anymore. And I believe with fire department, their hirees, you can correct me if I'm not correct on this, Chief Pazer, they have to live within a parameter or a distance away from Waukegan or no radius. Did it start off with a radius? Oh, no. So because I believe that they could go as far as Rockford, but they could not go out of the state of Illinois
No, we have a lot, yeah.
prior to this, no.
I correct myself. I believe you are correct that it was like I-80 to the south.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to make it, you couldn't cross the state line, but that failed in
Right.
negotiations.
Right.
And I want to say you are correct that it was Rockford to the west. That only lasted for one contract, and then they got rid of that, and now it's get to work on
Anywhere.
time. You can live anywhere.
So, and I thought it was great when the officers lived in the city of Waukegan because they were taking their cars home. They were able to take the cars home, and you saw a police officer lived in your community where you live. But like I said, that was bargained away. And then I believe that it was lifted for the other employees. I'm not sure, is there any way that that can be checked out before we move forward on this? If it was lifted for all the other employees, then after that, 1978.
So Alderman, I went back through the salary ordinances, and as late as 2013, there was a section in the salary ordinance that said except for elected officials, positions filled by mayoral appointment, and deputy chiefs, there shall be no residency requirement for employees covered by the salary ordinance. If newly appointed to a position requiring Waukegan residency, the employee will have 6 months to meet this requirement. Under extraordinary circumstances, the Labor Relations Committee, which is no longer in existence, may extend an additional 6 months to an appointee who has not met the requirement.
So that was 2013. Any employee under the salary ordinance was not required to live in the city of Waukegan. Is that what?
Except for those filled by
Department
mayoral
head.
appointment, yeah.
Right. Those
So
appointments.
that language actually is in several of the most recent one was 2013 that it was
So
in there.
in effect, that what you're trying to do with the employees that are here now, 2013, they didn't have to live here.
Right.
So I don't even know why we're really going down this road with salary employees. Now, if you want to talk about the appointed, then that's the ones that are appointed by the mayor, the deputy chiefs, police chief, fire chief, department heads, or city, what it used to be called was city leaders, the city leaders. So getting rid of employees? Nope.
But right now, we have the problem with department heads, because you've got 6 of them that.
We do have 6. Again, we do have 6 that do not reside in Waukegan. Again, we don't have employment contracts for those department heads. So essentially, if it is enforced, then we cannot force them to stay. I know Alderman during our briefings, he mentioned, possibly having them stay on for 30 days. They are not obligated to stay on 30 days. Essentially, those same 6 department heads can wake up tomorrow morning and tender their resignations without giving the city any more time, and the city will need to have a plan B as to what they need to do to cover those departments.
And I can tell you from discussions, I would bank on at least 5 out of 6 of those leaving.
Can I ask a quick question? It sounds like you had said appointees, and Alderman Newsom picked up on this. The department heads are hired through a traditional hiring process, right? Or are they considered appointees?
So I can only tell you my experience since being here for the past 12 years. The officers listed under the residency ordinance were the only ones that were considered appointments and were approved by city council. So your finance director, your HR director, your IT director, those positions were never presented to city council for approval during my time here. But they are filled by the mayor.
They're filled by the mayor, but it goes through the traditional hire. It seems to me that they're not appointees.
They are regular employees.
They're regular
before
employees.
They are promoted by the mayor. Is that, well, or deputy, well, those have to be approved by the council. But they are, for instance, our Department of Public Works, he was an employee before he was just promoted.
Yes.
So that would mean, okay, just because I got promoted, now I got to move into Waukegan, and I've been working here 25 years? That's not fair.
Well, he does live in Waukegan.
Yeah, I know he does,
Bravo,
but I'm just
Chris.
saying, but I'm just saying somebody else, you know, that.
I'm going to have the attorney talk on this with other municipalities, how they handle it, because I'm curious on that.
So very few municipalities have a residency requirement. City of Chicago does, but other municipalities are exactly what Director Jones is saying. They're looking for ways to maintain a competitive advantage because there has been such a dynamic change in the workforce. Most municipalities, at least in the region, do not have a residency requirement. Waukegan's size, the proximity to other municipalities, I think it would be difficult to enforce. But also we would have the issue of, we have current employees that currently work here. Even at will, you know, there's a process to removing people. And we'd have to consider that as well. You know, the mayor's role here is to run the city. There's not a city manager. The mayor's the executive officer, so she hires and fires, and so ultimately it's her responsibility to make sure that there's staff to run the departments. I think in terms of this ordinance, it's something that we, you know, should be cleaned up because it conflicts in part with the salary ordinance, at least in the past. So there should be a consistency at least. So the trend for most municipalities is to do away with a residency requirement. It's very, very, very rare these days to see that.
Can I ask a procedural question? If this gets voted on in committee, does it go to the council, or is this the final? It's always confusing with this committee because some stuff is
scheduled to go to council tonight.
Oh, it is. Okay.
One more question. Sure. About the, I know Alderman Florian mentioned the vehicles. I, for one, think that if a vehicle is operated by a department head, except for, I know Public Works, I think that's by contract that they take a vehicle home. Any other vehicle, I think, should remain within the city limits if you're a department head and you're not bound by a contract or whatever. I know police, fire, whatever, but any other employee that's a department head, I believe those vehicles should stay within the city limits of Waukegan outside of your employment. So once you finish your job, I think that vehicle should be left here, and then you pick it up when you come to work the next day, if you have to be driving around the city. That's my opinion on that. That would be an incentive to live within the city of Waukegan, I believe. If you're gonna get gas, free car, whatever, there should be an incentive to live here.
Alderman Hayes?
Okay, a couple of points. Alderman Newsom, I see where you're coming from with that. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I didn't realize that the parking issue was up as well. However, we trust our department heads to conduct business on our behalf and to operate the city on a daily basis. And having a car that you take home is, it should at least be a privilege, not a right, and it can be a privilege that can be taken away. To my knowledge, no one has abused that privilege, and it seems to me that we should probably just give our department heads all the tools and resources they need to conduct business within their departments efficiently and effectively. And if having a vehicle that you take home requires that, I'm not opposed to it. But as it relates to the ordinance itself, the residency requirement, I'm in agreement with Alderman Bolton. I really agree with what you said. I was going to say that you would decapitate, the administrative members or, the administrative body at City Hall if you were to just remove 6 people. But your point is actually even better, that you would be taking out the heartbeat of the city. When you talk about, it's been mentioned before, institutional knowledge, but people that have made a career out of trying to help the city thrive, to now all of a sudden disqualify them from a position that they have held for, in some instances, decades, based on an ordinance that has not been enforced. And in fact, it sounds like language was affirmatively placed in city documents that said that the ordinance was not going to be enforced, or something to that effect, that the residency requirement would not be imposed upon those appointees, which I think might be a word that we might be able to capitalize on here. Nonetheless, I think going forward, it sounds like maybe there's some agreement here on current employees, because that would be a lot of employees to lose overnight. But I think it might be a little bit short-sighted to require future hires to live within the city. I get where you're going with that, and I would love to see that. I think all of us would love to see that. But we would be restricting the talent pool catastrophically. It's not to say that there aren't talented people in the city of Waukegan that can hold these jobs. We encourage them to apply, but we are having the hardest time hiring across the board. These positions have been open for years in some instances. It's hard to hire police, it's hard to hire fire, there we go, and then also the administrative positions within the city. So if we're gonna do, as Alderman Moisio would say, get the best deal for the city of Waukegan, then what we need to do is cast a wide net and just attract, the most talented candidates for every position. It doesn't matter if it's a laborer or a department head. They're all important, and we need the most talented labor force that we can get, because that's how we serve the rest of the city. So not only am I opposed to enforcing the residency restriction, but I think going forward, enforcing it on future hires would not necessarily be fair, but also it would really handicap the city. So that's kind of where I come down on that.
I got one more thing.
Okay. And then we're going to move on because we've got a big agenda tonight.
Yes. Okay. How about everybody except for department heads, but exempt these ones since they were already hired and not told? The new hires. How about the residency requirements only for department heads that have to be appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council, but exempt the ones that are here now? They have to move to the city.
But we've
And
been looking.
amend the resolution.
We've been looking for a department head for a year for finance, and not a single Waukeganite applied for that position, Jose. So we're never going to have a finance director?
You could go find wherever they live at, they could go find it, but the requirement is they must move into the city within a year or 6 months or whatever it is.
But how can we hold them to a different standard than we hold the police, the fire, and all the employees we have already?
Because they're an appointed position. They're not actually a hire. The next mayor could come in here and says, okay, you're done.
Let's also consider, first of all, that's difficult to legislate, hard to enforce. Second of all, Corporation Council is not going to speculate, but I'll speculate. We would open ourselves up to litigation if
No,
we're
that's why I'm saying
enforcing this
the
at any
next
level.
ones. Not the ones we have now.
But you still would open it
Every
up.
single one, keep them.
I think it's just,
Every single one.
practically
Keep 'em.
speaking, it's a different standard. It just, I don't see how it works in practice.
Okay. Yeah, she wants to call the vote. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll call the vote as it is right now, and then, we'll see where we get. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to do the roll.
Okay, roll call, please.
All right. Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Alderman Hayes?
Aye.
Alderman Guzman?
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth?
Aye.
Alderman Bolton?
Aye.
The amendment passes.
Okay. Item D, and we're gonna try and go through these as quickly as we can. There's a couple that are here for discussion. The next one is an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 14 and 18 of the City Code of Ordinances regarding the right-of-way permit review process and fees. I think we'll have engineering talk about that. Yes, I need a first and a second first for that.
First. Second.
Okay, who was first? Okay.
Donahue.
Okay,
Alderman.
Hayes was second.
yep.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead.
So yes, I'm, also I'm here on behalf of the city engineer, so like Jesus Akisira. So basically, these amendments are for the modernization of our code. Our main concerns for chapters 14.
Can you speak a little bit closer to the mic, please, because I can't hear you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Yeah, our main concerns for chapters 14 and 18 of the ordinance is our fee schedule. So they seem outdated in the sense of the prices to do business in the city, as well as a lot of the right of way. So like requirements fall onto the buildings commissioner hands. So whereas they should be more so like in line with the engineering department.
So what are you proposing the fees to be?
So the fees are it goes by each ordinance, but there's a $500 flat fee for the first 50 square feet of excavations, and then I believe it was $50 per square per square foot afterwards.
So I can speak to what looks proposed in the amendments. This is an amendment to section 14-1016. So the first amendment proposed is to create the fee is not raising, it's $500, but it includes for excavation of the first 50 square feet of public right-of-way and $15 for each additional square foot in excess of 50 square feet. Whereas before it was for 0.5% of the estimated cost. So I think this is just making it probably a little bit easier to calculate.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, correct. It's
And
a flat
then,
rate,
so there is an additional fee of $15 for each additional square foot across, in excess of the 50 square feet. So that's the construction permit fee. For the section 14-1036 notice of work. So the proposed amendment is to provide 48 hours of notice for non-emergency work in advance to the city. Any person who fails to notify the city in accordance with this section will be charged a 200% increase in all permit review fees for emergency expedited review, subject to a penalty of $300. And then section 14-1083, completion of construction. It looks like they're proposing to extend out the dates of construction, so from 120 days to 180 days after the permit issuance. And then under section 14-1154, application fees will increase from $180 to $500 for excavation with the first 50 square feet of public right-of-way and $15 for each additional square foot in excess of 50 square feet, or 1% of the estimated cost of construction as approved by the city engineer, whichever is greater. And this would also amend section 14-1171 for variances, subsection F fee. Utilities will be required to pay the city an application fee to review each variance request in the amount of $200. There's proposed amendments to section 18 of the code. 18-187, subsection 7, driveway widths, this will change review from the building commissioner to the city's engineer for single and two-family residences and multifamily residence and commercial. Section 18-226 would propose the city engineer rather than the building commissioner review sewer and water facility connection. 18-246, again, just swaps out city engineer for the building commissioner. And then 18-247 proposes a fee of equal to $500 for excavation for the first 50 square feet of public right-of-way and $15 for each additional square foot in excess of 50 square feet, or 1% of the estimated cost of construction, whichever is greater, is approved by the city's engineer.
Any questions to the motion?
I just have one quick question. It says that we're reducing the notice period from 10 business days to 48 hours, or 10 working days to 48 hours. It's a pretty drastic reduction in notice. I assume the engineering department's okay with
Yes.
reduction? That's enough time for you guys to have notice and do whatever you need to do?
Yes, it's plenty for documentation, which is the main purpose.
Okay, sounds good. Then I'm not going to second guess it.
Okay, any other questions to the motion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item E, a resolution adopting the IML Civility Pledge. Have you all read the copy of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Roll call, please.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item F, a resolution authorizing the CBA and PBLC, authorizing the CBA with PBLC. Any questions to the contract? Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes. Aye. Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton. Motion passes.
With this committee's permission, the other two are discussion items, and since we have a long night tonight, would it be possible to put those on to the next agenda in August? And then if you, the alderman who brought those, if you could talk to legal so that we can get a better understanding of what direction to lead that discussion into, because I think council was a little, these are very vague. Would that be okay if we did that?
So
Yes.
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
a question. What is the one that you just voted on?
That was the contract with the police, the PBLC.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Okay, so it's a motion to hold over items G and H.
So I need a first, which was Alderman Hayes, I believe, and,
Second.
okay, Alderman Guzman. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Okay, item I, a resolution approving, well, I need a first and a second. Let me start there. I need a first.
First.
Okay, Hayes, second.
Second.
Guzman. A resolution approving an agreement with Hera Property Registry LLC and Milberg Coleman Bryson Phillips Grossman PLLC for the vacant and foreclosed property register and enforcement. I'm sure during your briefings you were updated on how the last property foreclosure registry that we had suddenly just went out of business. So this is a different company and one that we have had meetings with, and Commissioner Sellis is happy with. Any questions to the motion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Alderman Hayes?
Aye.
Alderman Guzman?
Aye.
Alderman Donenworth?
Aye.
Alderman Bolton?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. There being no old business, any public comment on this agenda? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Seconded.
Okay, so that was Hayes and Donenworth. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to give a 5-minute break and we'll be back for city council. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the city council meeting in 1 minute.
Okay, I'll share some. You want some? I was just going to be rattling in the bag when Alderman Felix started. What you drinking? Energy drink. It's gonna be a long night. It gives you a quick high and no crunching in the mic.
Everybody, please be seated. We're going to go ahead and start. Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Present.
Alderperson Florian.
Present.
Hayes.
Present.
Bolton.
Present.
Guzman.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
Felix.
Present.
Newsom.
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
You have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please, at this point, can we have the Apostle Mark McCorley from the House of Prayer please come up for our invocation? Thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. Let us pray. Father, we just want to thank you tonight for this occasion, O Lord, of handling the city's business, O God. I pray right now for the strength and the opportunities, O Lord, of this city. We pray for the mayor, the city council, all of the department heads, our police department, fire department, Lord. But God, I pray for the citizens of the city, that they may find justice and mercy, that they may be blessed, O Lord, economically and through their families and the ties that we have here in our city. We thank you for this city council, and we ask your blessings upon this meeting. In our Lord and Savior's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, for being here for the July 17th Waukegan City Council meeting. Again, to ensure the transparency, we always put our agendas up the Friday before our city council meetings. In addition, you can always go to the city website at waukeganil.gov for meeting agendas and other important information about the city government. I want to start off this evening on a very sad note, and that is last Wednesday evening, Waukegan lost 2 young women in an isolated domestic violence incident. The Waukegan community joins the victims' families in mourning their loss. Everyone in our community deserves relationships free of domestic violence. I'm going to give you some numbers tonight and some organizations to call. Please, please, if you are in need of help or in a domestic violent relationship, please call a safe place at 847-249-4450 or a safeplaceforhelp.org or the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 800-799-7233. Again, domestic violence is something that all of people have heard or know somebody who is involved in a domestic violent relationship. Please seek help. I want to set the record straight on our plans for the Waukegan Animal Control. The city is upgrading our animal control facility. The current facility is scheduled to be torn down at approximately the end of the month. We know more each week as we're starting. We won't do a tear down until we get everything in place, meaning the building that's coming is going to be here. By Thanksgiving, we expect the replacement building to be ready for the animals. In the interim, the Waukegan Animal Control will partner with the City of North Chicago to house the animals that we have. Not just 6 dogs, but we can take in other animals, and we have space for them. And we have even additional backup plans if need be. For those of you who know me, I have 2 out of my dogs are rescue dogs. This is a very personal issue for me. I would never allow our city not to have a place for animals who need to find new homes. A very special congratulations to the residents who live in Continental Village. The Homeowners Association will be celebrating their 50th anniversary this summer, and they will be having a party this weekend. July is Disability Pride Month, honoring the history, experiences, and struggles of the disability community. It is celebrated in July to mark the anniversary of the passing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I'd like to highlight 2 big accessibility projects at our Waukegan Municipal Beach, the second of which was rolled out this month. First, a Moby mat was installed at the beginning of the swimming season, allowing residents with wheelchairs or struggling to walk on the sand the ability to go from the parking lot to the water's edge by themselves on a non-slip, semi-rigid surface. This week, we started offering 2 beach wheelchairs, which can be more easily used in the sand for individuals with disabilities. Thank you to our Lakefront Coordinator for leading these efforts to make our beach accessible to all. Please find more information about both on our website or at the beach office. Last week, the city was honored to host a delegation from our sister city in Maisaki City in Japan. We introduced the mayor and his group of city departments to our city departments and visiting some of our gems, including the Genesee Theater, Waukegan Beach and Harbor, the airport and park district. The Sister City program was established as a people-to-people citizens diplomacy initiative to create and strengthen partners to increase global cooperation, promote cultural understanding, and stimulate economic development. It was more or less an exchange program when it started off, where we would send students over there, they would send students here, and we want to continue to do that over time. The Waukegan Band, Farmers Market, Yoga on the Beach, and Library Courtyard concerts are highlights of the summer, as is live outdoor music at Bonnie Brook Golf Course in Greentown on the Rocks. In addition, the Waukegan Township is hosting a musical festival in Rose Park on July 22nd from 11 till, I believe it's 11:30 to 1:30. The 2 ward cleanup sweeps with dumpster drops with recycling for electronics and tires off their wheels are scheduled for the next 2 Saturdays in July. The 8th ward will be on Saturday, July 22nd at 4555 West York House Road, and the 6th ward will be having one on Saturday, July 29th at 741 Glen Flora. Both events are from 8 until noon and are open to all Waukegan residents. Why they may be in a particular ward, if you have things that need to go, please use those facilities. Our Waukegan Police Department is partnering with the Park District on Waukegan Night Out and Touch a Truck at Waukegan Municipal Beach on Friday, August 4th from 5 to 8. This is really a fun family event where attendees of all ages can see different trucks, touch them, learn about different vehicles, and it also includes a police canine demonstration, and a free movie will follow the event. So please come out. Like I said, it's a very family-friendly event, but it's with our police department and Park District. Even though it seems like summer just started, Waukegan Public Schools will host their back-to-school resource fair on Saturday, July 29th from 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. at Waukegan High School, Washington campus. This event is for all district families to learn about the resources available to them and receive a backpack with school supplies. Giveaways are limited and will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. Families are encouraged to RSVP through the school district's website at wps60.org. The city sends our deepest condolences to the family of Ha Shu Long. Mr. Long was a longtime area resident, passed away on June 30th at the age of 95. He graduated from the National Taiwan University and the University of Missouri, earning a Master's of Arts degree in journalism. While living in Taiwan, he was recruited by the U.S. Army and worked in Japan as an interpreter during the Korean War. And he was a staff writer for the Chicago Daily News and covered the 1968 Chicago riots. And he was also the business writer for the Lake County News-Sun for 30 years. On a personal note, I would like to, since my husband is in the audience, I would like to wish him a very happy 42nd wedding anniversary tomorrow. I want to say that, you know, to do this job, I could not do this without this man beside me, and I just want to wish him a very happy anniversary because he sacrifices a lot for me. Finally, this evening we have a special order of business. The City Council will conduct a hearing on the appeal or of the denial of a special event permit. While public comment is always welcome and open to anyone who would like to speak, this evening there is a special allotment of time specifically for the petitioner, and in this case, people who want to speak at that, to speak regarding the parade and festival. So there's a special time for that as well. We do expect the council to be a long council meeting tonight, so be prepared. We are expecting to go late. There's a lot of agenda items, but we're going to try and move it along as much as we can. That said, Madam Clerk, resolutions, proclamations, and presentations and appointments.
Thank you, ma'am. I do have a resolution, and I'll need a first and a second on that.
Sure.
So moved.
Alderman Newsom, second.
Second.
Alderman Donenworth.
I think Alderman Newsom will go first.
Yep.
Who's the second?
Donenworth.
Resolution 23R-210, celebrating the 100th anniversary of Living Waters Cathedral. Whereas Waukegan Church of God in Christ was founded in July 1923 by Bishop William Matthew Roberts. And whereas Waukegan Church of God in Christ was renamed Ward Memorial Temple Church of God in Christ under the guidance of Dr. Edward Robert McAllister during his tenure from 1974 to 1999. And whereas Ward Memorial Temple Church of God in Christ was again renamed to Living Waters Cathedral under the leadership of Apostle Paul E. Jones. And whereas Living Waters Cathedral is the third oldest Church of God in Christ church of more than 500 Church of God in Christ congregations in Illinois. And whereas all Church of God in Christ churches north of Evanston have been established directly or indirectly due to the efforts of leadership and congregation of Waukegan's Living Waters Cathedral. And whereas Living Waters Cathedral is celebrating their 100th anniversary in our community in July of 2023, and now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Taylor and members of the City Council of Waukegan, Illinois, do hereby honor Living Waters Cathedral for their 100-year dedication and spiritual guidance for Waukegan. Be it further resolved that a suitably embossed copy of this resolution, signed by the mayor and city clerk, be presented to Living Waters Cathedral in recognition of their 100th year anniversary, dated the 17th day of July, 2023. And now a vote.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
All right. Alderperson Turner.
Alderman, aye.
Alderperson Donenworth.
Alderman Donenworth.
Alderperson Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye. And at this point, if the representative from the church could stand, Pastor Faith, we acknowledge you 100 years, so thank you for representing.
Guzman.
It's actually Alderman Guzman. Aye.
Martinez. Aye. Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Mayor, it passes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. Audience time.
One second, we're going to take a picture.
Yes, I didn't.
Yes.
Can,
Pastor
we have
Faith,
the
would you come up? We're
pastor
going to
come
take
up?
a picture. She's like, what?
Yeah, this is wireless, that's wired.
Oh, okay.
I did not lead you astray.
They won't know any of us already. It won't make any difference.
Everybody can look right here. Come on, Mark.
You know, I never see any of these pictures that we take.
You don't look on Facebook.
No, no problem. You got it. I got big feet. That's what that is.
Okay, it's audience time. I'm going to call the first 5 people. Please go ahead to the east side of the room and line up so you're ready to go. You'll have 3 minutes. And just a public service announcement, the cameras will not be on you during that time. That is a policy change. Nothing's wrong with the cameras. That's the same cameras, but they will not be focused on you. Chuck Rextalis, Jamie Rextalis, Mr. Rayon Edwards, Pastor Willie Moulton, and Randy Sobecki. Chuck Rextalis, Jamie Rextalis, Rayon Edwards, Pastor Willie Moulton, and Randy Sobecki.
Janet, are we ready?
I am. Go, sir.
Okay. The microphone on?
Yeah, it is. I can
Okay.
hear you.
All right. I think all the aldermen got an email from me regarding the EPA comments around the coal ash. I would like to add, Alderman Hayes suggested that the general public provide comments. I would hope the alderman provided some comments around the coal ash plant, the coal ponds in the NRG plant that they have there. You know, I would think that the elected officials, we have lawyers on this committee. We have a lawyer as a corporation counsel that's the land use specialty. Hopefully they would provide some comments. I think the deadline is today. There was a public hearing on the EPA side, and I would think at this point, looking at what the EPA has done, they put a ruling in 2015. It's now 8 years later. It's time for the city council to do something. Alderman Turner, you suggested a committee on public safety. I see my friend, Brother Blanks is here. He's here constantly talking about these issues. I think the environmental committee, the subcommittee that's under Alderman Hayes, could handle a referral to that committee to talk about air, water, and public safety. You could adopt an integrated land use plan, very similar to what Chicago has done. And, you know, and the secondary comments I have here, with the time I have left, is related to the salary ordinance. You know, I really feel that you've got full-time employees that deserve increases, and maintaining those employees here. Part of that is working remotely. Not everybody sells a product here. These are services that can be done in a remote manner. And when you look at the full-time elected officials, and then like the clerk's office, there's definitely no parity when it comes to full-time elected officials. And then you look at the part-time treasurer role. You talk about a gentleman that is investing our money and getting money back. There's certainly benefit from that. And then you talk about the part-time alderman salary in here. If you're looking at just the 2 meetings a month that you guys participate in, you're getting $230 to $270 an hour to represent your constituents here. I think it's time. You're looking for cuts. maybe you ought to cut your own salary. It's 5 times the alderman salary that was in the 1980s when I served. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rextalis. Jamie Rextalis.
Hi, my name is Jamie Rextalis, and I hope all of you are very open to what I'm going to talk about today, because we've certainly brought these concerns perpetually for many years. So in Waukegan, we already know that we have multiple Superfund sites, pollution and air toxics like ethylene oxide, ETO, that continue to plague our community. It puts a perpetual burden on the health risks of our residents, schools, and businesses, and even the surrounding communities. And unfortunately, the damage is already done. You can probably think of people that have been impacted by pollution in this community from a health perspective. So what can we do now? Businesses who emit ETO near our homes, schools, and businesses must be held accountable. The City of Waukegan can take action to clear the air for the next generations and ensure that we have an integrated land, air, and water plan to prevent Waukegan from becoming a further dumping ground for pollution. We cannot repeat history. The health of the community is at stake. It's crucial that we take the steps now for the health of our community and sustainable economic development. We have repeatedly provided information about the elevated levels of ethylene oxide in our air. Local citizens and advocates have worked tirelessly to bring our concerns and propose solutions to your attention, and we have yet to have that dialogue. Let's begin this important dialogue and establish an environmental commission to address the cumulative effects of environmental pollution on this community and protect our public health for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rextalis. Mr. Rayon Edwards. Mr. Rayon Edwards.
Mayor, you know, we come here every week and we talk, and I see yet again we got this contract on the agenda again. And I'm looking at you aldermen, and I'm wondering why we voting on this. We have Jane and Motley, who's been doing this same job. For how long? We haven't thought about adding nobody else to it. Don't tell me about working with the police and what he's gonna do there. This mayor done been through 3 police chiefs. We on the 3rd one. She ain't even been through 4 years yet. Y'all fought Sam on everything. Lynn, Tom, y'all fought him on everything, especially you, Lynn. And I got to call it. It's wrong. Victor, you voted no. You gonna rescind it now? I hope the Latino community is paying attention to it, because you sat up on this bench and you sold us out. Because I've been watching that organization, Waukegan Community, that you and Miguel is doing. Y'all ain't never did no field trips like that. Y'all been asking for money and trying to raise money, and just wild out the blue, y'all in Mount Olympus. How much did the Arena Foundation give y'all? How much did they donate? Because I've been told to get a 501c3 so I can sit down and shut up. We are pitiful. We are. And how dare you use my family's death to try to get up here and make this community feel like it's safe. You ain't called them. Y'all ain't reached out. Y'all didn't show up at that scene. 2 young black ladies. But guess what? That don't affect your community. It don't happen there. And you sit up on this bench and you want to talk about how the city praying for it? Don't talk about it. Show us. Show up. Show up. And Chief, your police was disgusting that day. It was disgusting. The fact that we got families out there that already knew it was their loved ones because your cop don't know how to control a scene. Pictures was being taken of 2 dead bodies. And your police, 17 of them just standing there. And you know what they told me? They didn't want to go back there and help because they didn't want their name to go in the evidence chain. This is what you did. You did this. Because one thing I'll say about Sam, we was a little bit safer. Have you noticed that since you've been in that chair, the crime has risen? But we don't want to talk about these issues. These people got up here and they're talking about the air pollution. They're talking about the safety of the people that y'all supposed to represent. And y'all are failing us. And it is disgusting, it's pitiful, and we are sick of it. And y'all should be sick of it too. It's time to start having these conversations because it won't stop today.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Pastor Willie Moulton.
Amen. I just came to, we had our gospel on the beach concert that Saturday, and really we just came to thank the city for allowing us to have it. Want to do a little bit more, but we just wanted to come to say thank you all. And we just need to do some more things to help promote our community, like they got all the brothers here and all the people. We just want to have things that will help promote and make the community come together. So I just was coming to, not to complain, just to say thank you. Want to put a little more effort into it to have a better thing, because we wanted to have more things out on there for to help people find out what the needs and how they can better their lives in our community. And we had a lot of things out there to try to just get them from you know, to get their lives right, what's going on, how they can better the community, and how our lives can be better. We can make the community better if we work together. So let's just come together and let's do what we need to do so we can have a greater community. But we came to thank you all, and we pray even now that we have safety and a lot of great things happen in the community. Let's work together and make this community better. So just came to say thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Randy Sabecki.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I want to talk about a couple things. One, city ordinances. What's the point of having a city ordinance if we're not going to follow the city ordinance? Point being, we spent a lot of money on fireworks signs. There's no ordinance that says no signs on parkways, but yet the city puts them on parkways. Why do we put up signs if we're not even going to force no fireworks? One, it's against the law. It's not just in the city of Waukegan. 4th of July sounded like World War III out in our community. We weren't giving out tickets. Confiscating fireworks, maybe. We're not giving out tickets. Scoop the Loop. Sign said no dogs. Again, we're opening up the city for lawsuits. Because if you're down there discriminating against certain people and certain breeds of dogs, that's how we open ourselves up to lawsuits. If it says no dogs, unless they're ADA dogs, they shouldn't be there. And I was down there. There are a lot of dogs. But then the police department chased out certain dogs. This is the stuff I'm talking about. Where's our traffic division? We sit there and talk about this. We have shootings every night. We don't say nothing about them. We have car crashes and fatalities almost daily now in the city of Waukegan. Nothing. Where's our traffic divisions? We can't solve a problem, and our solution is, you know what? A lot of speeders. We'll have a 2-day detail on that road, and then back to normal. That is not how. Back years ago, we used to have a traffic division, and that's all they did. Now, I ain't talking about 1 or 2 officers. We have people passing people on the left, including squad cars. I was driving on Sheridan Road the other day. A squad car passed a car going slower than him on the left. No lights, nothing, just to get in front because they were going too slow at an intersection. Constantly at intersections, I'm being passed in my work truck. Cars going through turn lanes, flying over Green Bay Road and getting back in front of you and cutting you off. But yet, we don't see no traffic. Same thing with parking on lawns. All over this city, we're parking on lawns. You know, we want to tell people they can't park a boat and a trailer and all this in their driveways, but people can park in their lawns all day long, and it's okay. You know, that's my thing. We just had a city ambulance that we settled a lawsuit on that hit DJ when, you know, lights on, no sirens. Cops do it daily. They pull up to an intersection, turn on their lights, go through it, turn them off. Yes, sometimes I know. I've been in law enforcement. They're going to a scene of that, but a lot of times they're not. We can't deny it. These people are supposed to follow the same laws they're supposed to enforce. And that needs to be started from the top down. If they can't do it, then it's time to get new people in there.
Thank you, sir. The next group would be Wygenia Briscoe, Carlos Smith, Brother Blanks, Clyde McLemore, Laura Delgado, and Margaret Carrasco. That's Wygenia Briscoe, Carlos Smith, Brother Blanks, Clyde McLemore, Laura Delgado, and Margaret Carrasco. Ms. Briscoe?
Good evening. First, before I want to get into something that I really shouldn't be getting into, but we lost Mary Moore, and I don't think that the council had acknowledged the loss of Mary Moore. She was an advocate in the community, a very strong advocate at the city council. We lost her, and so I just want to make sure that that is on the record that we lost Mary Moore. The second part that I want to bring up, it's really petty for me, but because the alderman of the 3rd Ward brought it up, I'm bringing it back to the council because he brought it to the council a couple of times. He referred to a constituent within his ward. I am within his ward, and it was about me. So he brought it to the council, so I'm bringing it to the council. My email to him was, "Hi Juan, I watched the city council meeting. In the end, you spoke in Spanish. I have no idea what you said. All aldermen speak in English. In public settings, please speak in English or translate. Thanks, Wygenia Briscoe." He responds back, "I address it to our Latino constituents. I began by saying this is our Spanish residents, and it is simply reminding that I speak Spanish and available. We do have non-speaking tax-paying citizens in our citizen. Please take no offense. I'm not looking for a fight." My response was, "I take no offense, and I'm not looking for a fight neither." My thing is that there are people in this community that from Africa, from the Philippines, from China, and so as I told him, English is the language here. And so I said either speak in English or translate. That was the only thing that I was saying. And this is the response that I received. "Juan, it's not necessary. All you had to do is just come back and say you would translate. We have other people in this community other than Spanish-speaking people. And so if you're going to speak in Spanish, just translate back in English."
Okay,
Last
so
point, that's petty.
it's
It's my turn. My
Let me know
time
when it's
is,
my
I'm
turn.
claiming my time. Last point is that there's been a lot of talk about what we're going to do with speed bumps and things like that. I know that Keith has been saying it over and over and over. There's a lot of speeding that's happening in Waukegan. I'm not sure what's happening with that. I don't hear a forum where that's being addressed. I was at the Waukegan lakefront, and that it is fabulous. It is just lovely down there. They have them. I don't know if they're humps, bumps, or whatever they are. But whatever they have there, I think that in this community, wherever that needs to be addressed, talked about, then we need to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Briscoe. Mr. Carlos Smith.
Hi, my name's Carlos Smith. I live 223 Washington Street. I own a crazy place here on Genesee Street. I got a little sugar, I got a little salt. I'll do the salt first. Y'all gotta relax up here, man, with the gentleman. We know y'all men, all right? Y'all gotta relax, all right? Just relax, okay? You don't have to specify that you're a man. That was whack, okay? Just from a younger guy looking at the people in leadership, that was whack, all right? We love the fact that you want to specify that you're a man. I got you. You know, I'm a man too, but you're a person before you're a man, all right? The sugar. I want to shout out the Waukegan Police Department. I know that's kind of weird, but doing the Scoop the Loop, I think they did a wonderful job being a business down here on Genesee Street. I think they did a pretty good job. Also, with new businesses opening up downtown Waukegan, it is going to be more crowded. This weekend was that example because all of us was open, and it was bussing. And if you know what bussing means, it was turned up. It was a lot of bodies. We was walking around. It reminded me of a popping downtown. So it was popping, and the police they was on standby. A few cops were just hanging out. They come in, they dance a little bit. So I just wanted to shout out to the policemen because I think they did a good job this past weekend for sure. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Brother Blanks.
Brother Blanks, Black Abolition Movement for the Mind. June the 12th, Mayor, your administration contacted myself, or I would say Black Abolition Movement for the Mind, in reference to some background on the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. I extended that information back, and I'm definitely curious as to what was the nature of the inquiry for, and I would like to think it's time, at this particular point in time, that the community hear, not only from your administration, and perhaps I know we have a long agenda tonight, but I'm definitely looking forward to coming back on next city council meeting, and hopefully, hopefully the aldermen can extend their voice on what their thoughts are as it relates to public safety when it comes to this civilian office, what I call Waukegan Civilian Office of Police Accountability. I think it's time. Now, I know it's time. But we are an organization. We like to try to be patient here. You made the inquiry. I'm definitely curious to know what was the reason for the inquiry and what are we going to do with it, because I'm hoping it's not going to be we're not going to wait until it's election time to use it as a political frisbee. We're talking public safety here. And there's no time like now to utilize and put this into play before something happened and we be standing here asking you why you didn't do the right thing when you had a chance. So give that some thought. I'll be looking to hear from you guys. So instead of doing it tonight, since you have a long agenda, I look forward to hearing from you. Now, on another note on the police department, Black Abolition Movement for the Mind and the Waukegan Police Department worked together without working together this past Friday, while we was keeping the peace, working with our youth over at the Barwell and our open mic poetry of peace and prevention. I had an opportunity after that to go over to the Waukegan Belvedere Park, where I saw them actually with their feet on the ground, doing what I call a peacekeeping mission as opposed to search and destroy. I don't think it's asking too much to have the officers to do their job and have their feet on the ground long before somebody died, because peacekeeping mission means you get out, you get to know the people, you get to know the difference between the enemy combatants from your civilians. Everybody's not selling drugs. You need to know who the good guys are, and you won't do that unless you're out and about getting to know the people. So keep that in mind. That was a good thing today. This past at the Belvedere Park. So
thank you,
think
Brother
about
Blanks.
that. It was good to stand with their feet on the ground.
Mr. Clyde McLemore.
Between June and July, we have had 6 senseless murders, all victims from 17 to 19 years of age. Not one of these killings have the mayor reached out to the family or came into the community where these crimes take place. It's only proved what I've been telling the residents. The mayor of Waukegan is out of touch with the citizens. During her campaign, she marched with us, tricked a lot of us into supporting her. Thank you, Alderman Martinez, for showing up at the balloon release for the 2 young ladies. Not one of you city officials showed up but Alderman Martinez. On this agenda, I see the mayor got into Alderman Felix's head, had him reconsider bring her campaign manager job back up. A job for $108,000 a year to do the same job that David Motley and Jan are doing. But he does do some little social media stuff, which any kid can do. Why should the taxpayers pay for political favors? When you was the alderman, Mayor, you tore the last administration up for doing this. Alderman Felix, I hope you see through the trigonometry that she's pulling. I know she was going to get one of y'all when the motion didn't pass. How many times do we have to entertain this motion? In new business on S, so you want civility. Civility is to be polite. Mayor, I am not here to make you feel comfortable in an uncomfortable situation. As I told you before, until you do right by the people, everything you do
will crumble. Famous words of Miss Seeley told Mr. You bring a dog to city council meeting as part of your family, which was total disrespect. You ever thought some residents are scared of dogs or allergic to dogs? You have not taken this office serious since you got in it. You are out of touch with this community. And what Waukegan store do you shop at? What Waukegan gas station do you buy gas at? My point exactly. One of the things the mayor was all over last administration, and I agree with her, was unethical practices. Now you want to cap up at my foundation when you look downtown at these fire hydrants haven't been painted. But in the 9th Ward, all of them have been painted. $70,000 for what? Study pushing money into political favors. But that might can't save you or get you no votes.
Thank you, sir. Laura Delgado?
Hola.
Yeah. Do you guys have a translator for her?
Hello everyone, my name is Carlos.
Mi nombre es Laura Delgado y soy miembro de la organización Fiestas Patrias.
Hello, my name is Laura Delgado and I am a member of the organization of Fiestas Patrias.
He participado anteriormente y en esta ocasión estoy más activamente apoyando a traer los niños y adolescentes de nuestra comunidad.
I have participated in various occasions and this time I'm more of an activist in regards to the organization to bring families and children to this city.
Nuestra ciudad de Waukegan tiene la comunidad originalmente de Tonatico, Estado de México, más grande, y yo soy originaria de Tonatico. Es por eso la importancia que estamos viendo entre la conexión de nuestros niños y jóvenes y a los jóvenes también de esta comunidad.
I am an activist from the city of Tonatico, which is one of the major cities in Mexico City, and a lot of people live in this city of Waukegan from Tonatico, and she is trying to make the community of Tonatico and the city of Waukegan one for their children and for young adults.
Yo pensaba que la ciudad de Waukegan nos estaba apoyando a los hispanos que queríamos celebrar nuestra cultura.
She believed that the city of Waukegan was part of an organization to help our community celebrate.
Me he dado cuenta que Fiestas Patrias es una organización sin fines de lucro.
Fiestas Patrias is a non-for-profit organization.
Y nos gustaría que ustedes reconsideraran el que a nuestros jóvenes y niños es un esfuerzo muy grande para poder estar aquí para septiembre, para el desfile de septiembre.
And she would like for the committee to recognize that the organization Fiestas Patrias give the opportunity to the young adults and children to come and celebrate with us together in the city of Waukegan.
Pero realmente lo que están cobrando para el desfile realmente es una cantidad que la verdad se nos hace súper difícil de pagarlas porque traemos diferentes grupos.
But truly the fees that are being charged in these organizations are extendedly high to be able to bring children and young adults to these festivities of to the city of Waukegan.
Ellos están pagándose todos sus gastos y los familiares que viven aquí están apoyándolos.
So the children that they're trying to come, young adults, are all paying out of pocket to come, and their families are supporting them to come to the city of Waukegan.
La verdad nos gustaría que nos reconsideraran el que esos gastos realmente no los podemos pagar.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Can we let her finish since she had a translator?
That last part was that she would like to have the committee reconsider the opportunity to give these children to come and celebrate and help with the cost of bringing them to the city.
Para nosotros los que vivimos aquí y que somos originarios de Tonatico, es súper importante sentir la conexión de nuestras comunidades.
For the community of Tonatico, it's very important to have the support of the community of Waukegan to feel connected and supported by us.
Thank you.
Margaret Carrasco.
Good evening. Tonight we have a special guest here. If she could just introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Lisa Alva Delgado. I am the Queen of Fiestas Patrias for Waukegan, Tonatico.
She will be giving personally invitations to everyone here in the community, from the community, for our celebration and tradition for the past 40 years in Waukegan of our culture. And will always be, no matter what. Let me begin, meanwhile she's doing that. Tonight I will address on the agenda, item 8A, I suggest for people to stay, to listen to what we have to say in our appeal to the mayor for her selection of Oscar Cepeda from Puro Football newspaper, okay? This initially started, well, first of all, I want everybody to pull out the cell phone, go to the website for the state of Illinois for businesses, and put in the name Puro Football newspaper. Remember, this is what the mayor said, her selection, that she said over and over again, and legal counsel, that this business was legitimate, okay? And when you do that, what you're going to find is that Puro Football newspaper, Puro Football News, Puro Football is legally registered by the members of Fiestas Patrias. Just to prove our point, Mayor, you lied again. This is not about a parade. This just started about the parade, but it made us dig deep. What we found out, I asked the mayor about, donating to different groups. She said, no, we don't do that. Liar. I looked at the financials. I saw the thousands of dollars going to non-minority groups. After we applied 2 times and we had the evidence for the parade, and she kept lying, saying we never applied. Oh, I didn't know you had to do the parade. Are you stupid? You were present in the meeting with all the delegates from Mexico talking about it. You told Urel, you wanted us to do it. And guess what? After all these requirements, all these fees to minority groups, we're not the only victims. We discovered white events don't even have to apply, are not charged any fees, don't go through all the hassle meetings that we do. That's discrimination, that's racist. We supported you, and you've let us down.
Thank you, Ms.
You're the most
Margaret.
racist white woman in Libertyville that there is.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you. Mayor, that concludes the audience portion.
We are going on to the consent agenda. Can I have a first and a second for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Florian and
Second.
Turner were the first and second. Okay, anything that needs to be pulled out? Okay. Item A, a motion to approve the regular closed executive session meeting minutes from Monday, June 20th, 2023. Item B, a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from Monday, June 20th, 2023. Item C, a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from Monday, July 3rd, 2023. Item D, a motion to approve vendor payments dated July 17th, 2023 in the amount of $3,548,763.88. Item E, a motion to approve a regular payroll dated July 14th, 2023 in a total amount of $1,934,171.38. Item F, a motion to approve miscellaneous payroll, PD, HPP, HBB, and CT cash out, EO, and CS final payouts dated July 14th, 2023 in a total amount of $27,010.40. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reports and communications. Treasurer Schwab, would you like to give an update?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. I see how much you have on the schedule. The letter of credit, we do this every year. We're doing it to Old National Bank for Yeoman Creek, to the Yeoman Creek Remediation Group, which we are responsible for. Any of the aldermen that would like to know more about the Yeoman Creek landfill, the Yeoman Creek remediation group, rather than taking your time today, I'd like to have them call me. My city cell phone is 847-856-9154. That's 847-856-9154. And I'd be glad to give them an update from starting with 1985, et cetera. Any questions for now? So ends my report.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer Schwab. Item 6, old business. A copy of first I need a first and a second. Need a first and a second. Alderman Martinez, second.
Second.
Alderman Felix. A copy of a resolution approving an agreement with the Arena Strategic.
Mayor, do we have to approve that expenditure? That's what I'm asking for.
Oh, I thought it was just a report.
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, it didn't have a resolution, so I thought it was just a report. Okay, so you're gonna, okay, yep, yep.
So do we have a first and a second on that?
I'll make the first.
Wait.
First
Did we
was-
already have a first and a second on item 5A?
No.
No. All right,
Okay.
let me review what's on the agenda though, really quick here.
Because it didn't say
It does not request a spend. It just states the city's annual fee has been reduced. It will be renewed.
It has been reduced from $14,000, $10,000 some.
So
But it still needs to be approved by somebody.
what needs to be approved?
The amount of expenditure.
I don't have authority on my own to spend this money.
Is it budgeted? It's less than $25,000. Usually stuff that's less than $25,000 doesn't need approval by city council.
Well, all that's on the agenda says letter of credit to Old National Bank for
Yes.
Yeoman Creek. So I think this will have to be held to the next meeting for an action.
Can we ask the finance department,
Time.
does this need approval for you guys to pay this?
It's money, yeah. I think it needs to be approved because it's not, it's a different item, but is Don in the room?
It's been reduced by $4,000, so you're reducing the level of spending. I don't know that we need an actual resolution.
Well, that's good information, but it's still required to approve the 10,000.
But Treasurer, I think what we're asking is what requires approval, the spend of 1.4 million or the
not
reduction?
1.4, it's
or the-
$10,531.
No, the letter of credit is 1.4 million.
Oh, okay.
So what are you asking approval for? The expenditure of 1.4 million or the reduction in letter of credit?
I didn't want to take this time, but we have a letter of credit versus the balance of the possible cost of the remediation group. So our letter of credit assures that if we default on payment, that the bank will pay it. So it used to be 1.4 million, so we paid $14,000 for that. Now the dollar amount has been paid down somewhat over the last so many years, so now the letter of credit cost us $10,000 and some, $10,531. But I do not have the authority to spend that money on my own. That's why I come to the city council.
Okay, so this
We've never had this controversy. I've just asked for this. It's required. Well, okay, we signed a letter of consent decree to a federal judge.
It's not, I don't think it's a controversy. I think the council's confused as to what the request has been because it's not labeled as such on the agenda.
So it needs to be put into a motion, then, is what you're saying to.
I believe I gave the correct information.
Okay, so let's do.
Okay, so it was about three sentences what I asked to be put in, and this is what appears.
Okay, so this needs to be a motion to approve an LOC to Old National Bank for Yeoman Creek for an amount of $10,531,000. So can I have a first and a second?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay. Okay. Can I have a roll call, please?
There's a question.
Okay, yes. Who had the question?
I'm looking for who made the motion.
It's Alderman Turner and second by Alderman Florian.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to make it a motion to approve the LOC to Old National Bank for Yeoman Creek in the amount of $10,531. Can I have a roll call, please?
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Item 6, old business. Now, was that when I had Martinez and Felix?
Alderman Martinez and Alderman Rivera.
Felix.
Victor Felix.
Yeah. Okay. A copy, well, we don't need a copy. It's a resolution approving an agreement with the Arena Strategic Communications LLC for professional communications consulting services in the amount of $108,000. This matter was originally voted on June 20th, 23 meeting, and subject to a successful motion to reconsider at the July 3rd, 2023 meeting. Questions to the motion?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
So I understand that a check was given in June, but I understood also the contract ended in June. Can you give clarification?
It ended on June 30th, so there would have been a check for June. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, any other
Well,
questions?
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. If the contract ended in June, I know Brad has been here working. He sent several emails to all of us. So how's he continuing to work in City Hall without a contract?
He was in the middle of, we were doing something for a economic development that could not immediately be cut off. He's continued to come in and continue on that project like he had before.
So, but he's doing that under the auspices of the expired contract. You're not getting additional monies post June 30th.
We have not discussed that at this point. That would, you know, if his contract is renewed, he will continue to work on that project. Otherwise, that project will probably be terminated.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know, you have, Mike, someone else? No.
Okay.
Was this contract supposed to be amended to 3 months or no?
We're gonna do it at the year, if that's what is on the agenda, because that was the amount of the original contract, which was brought back to reconsider. But, I mean, you could amend it technically, but I think it's hard when we're in the middle of an economic development thing to do it for 3 months, because I don't know that that'll be done in 3 months.
Can I mention that when I was first approached, I was told specifically that it would be only 90 days. And looking at the verbiage, there's nothing that indicates here as 90 days. That's the assumption I got, and that's what I was told. And I went along with that. That was only supposed to be for 90 days.
Go ahead.
So, well, for the motion to reconsider, it has to be the last item that failed has to be reconsidered in that form. So what the council can do, if someone wants to make a motion to amend, could do that. But that would have to be seconded, and then the amendment would have to be voted on.
Okay, his contract ended when we voted on it, and we terminated his contract at that meeting. Okay, and he's been working ever since, just under this reconsider thing, as we're talking about. Is that what we're looking at right now?
He was here until June 30th, and then he's been working, coming in and helping so that they could get a letter together for an economic project that they were working on.
Okay, understood. Okay, but he understood that he was fired at the end of his contract, right?
On June 30th, yes.
Yes. Okay, he was fired. Okay, thank you.
So,
All right, I got, this thing has been so chaotic and controversial. I really should have built a spreadsheet on this thing. So I got several bullet points that I want to address or mention and questions to be asked.
Okay.
And before I even get into that, I want to say, I'd like to, if the $108,000 is already budgeted, I'd like for that money to be redirected to the police department for use in traffic enforcement, because we have an epidemic, a plague of reckless driving that's literally killing people. All right, so no contract since June, and he continues to work without pay or with pay, I'm not sure. And the way this unfolded was Brad Goodman was working for a company. What was the name of the company that he was working for? Who? What?
Oh, Hawthorne Strategies?
Before it was
Hawthorne
changed.
Strategies. So,
Hawthorne
so Brad's working for
Strategies.
Hawthorne Strategies back when, and then he became your campaign manager.
He was
under
never my campaign
Goodman,
manager.
Under Goodman Political.
He was never
No?
my
Okay.
campaign manager.
Well, thanks for
He
the
was a
correction.
marketing person that, you know, I hired to brand me.
Oh,
He
great.
never worked on my campaign.
Okay.
No, he didn't.
All right, well,
Doesn't-
okay. Thank you for the correction, Mayor. So then, at some point, he comes to work for the city of Waukegan, working for Hawthorne Strategies.
Mm-hmm.
Then he quits Hawthorne Strategies and creates his own company, Arena Communications or whatever it is. And now he wants that same contract. So I tried reaching Hawthorne Strategies to ask if there was a non-compete agreement, but I could never get anyone on the phone. So I don't know if he's working under a non-compete agreement or not, but if so, that would be unethical.
He is not.
All right.
And you could have reached out to him.
Then we all received a letter or were briefed on a letter that was signed by 6 of the department heads. And the first thing I'd like to know was, and this letter said it was lobbying us, the aldermen, the legislators, to sign a contract with Brad Goodman, right? I've never, ever heard of anything like that. But, and I think it's unethical and it's just totally improper. But I would like to know who was the author of that letter.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure on that. I don't know that.
So we don't know who authored this unethical letter, but do we know who went out and then solicited the signatures from the department heads?
I don't know that.
Okay. So we don't know who wrote the letter. We don't know who went around to the department heads and said, hey, will you sign this letter? Never in my life have I heard that anywhere. I lived in 7 states and maybe 15 different cities. I've been involved in politics here in this council, or in this city, for 23 years. Never have I heard any department heads, any city employees being solicited to lobby for the contracting of a specific contractor. And you got a letter that you don't know who wrote it, or you don't know who went around to the department heads. If nothing else, it would be perceived as coercion of city employees. How could they possibly say no?
Oh, they could.
That's wrong.
Because
right? No, I'm not finished.
Okay.
I'm not finished. It's also my understanding that Wayne Taylor, your husband, was calling aldermen and lobbying them to sign this, to renew this contract.
Heard that. I've never heard that.
Well, I did. And,
Well, I
and
don't
so,
know that that's
Mayor, there's a
accurate.
lot of unethical going on around here. I don't like it. People don't like it. It's just wrong, and it's got to stop. So, rather than go through a whole rigmarole voting and such, what I'd like to do is hold or table this matter to a certain date, and that date being May 5th, 2025. That's what I want to. I want to table the matter to a specific date.
It is up to reconsider, right? You can't.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to ask that the audience be respectful. We're trying to conduct business up here. It's very difficult for me to hear what's happening when everyone's shouting over. So there's a motion on the table to hold it over for a date certain.
No. Table it. I want to table
sorry.
it to a date certain.
There's a motion on the dais to hold this over.
Table it.
Table it to May 25th, 2025. Is
May
there?
5th, May 5th, 2025.
I believe you have to pull something from the table within 180 days, or the item dies. It has to come back again.
There it is. I want to hold it to May 5th, 2025.
Okay, is there a second for the motion? If there's no second, then that motion will fail.
Second.
Okay. But then that has to be voted, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that has to be voted now.
Who's the second?
What?
Since when? We never had to vote on the table.
That's how the
before.
resolutions always work, when
No.
yeah.
No.
We never voted
okay.
on the table. Any alderman can table a motion.
I'm going to ask again that the audience refrain from commenting while we're up here. It's very difficult to hear. Audience time is over. A motion for a table requires a majority vote to pass.
That's a measure to take it off the table, right?
That is to table.
All right, vote on it. Vote on my table.
It's gamesmanship. Vote for it or vote against it, but let's just not play games. All right? It looks like a circus. People are watching. We look like a circus. You want to table something for 2 years?
Yep. You want to give them
There's
a
a,
contract?
there's a
don't like it,
motion.
vote
There's a
against it.
motion and a second. So there needs to be a vote on the table.
Okay, so there is a vote to table this until May 5th, 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
No.
Hayes.
No.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
No.
Newsom.
No.
Okay, so did it pass or fail?
No, it's 5-4.
Okay.
5 to 4 pass.
5-4, no, but it's not.
Not-
it's not
not to
it's
table it.
majority.
Not to table it.
It's not it's not 2/3.
It doesn't have to be 2/3, majority.
Majority, okay, so then it's 1, 2,
So we
3,
just
4,
vote on
5.
it.
5 noes. The noes have it.
Okay, so,
That's the original.
okay.
So now the original item on the agenda is up for vote.
So just vote on it.
May I ask a clarification on the question?
Yes.
So, check on the register indicated that Arena Strategy Communication received $8,333. So,
What?
would that be included in this discussion?
Wait a minute, we just,
Was that for June?
Yeah, on the report, this is July 12th, yes. So, with the contract ended in June,
Yeah, I
was
think
he issued this check
It's
in June?
It's from June, though.
So is that included in this vote? I'm asking a clarification.
That was June when his contract.
So he's already been paid that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Because
There
that
you
was
have it.
part of June. Okay, so this motion is on the floor then, right?
It's
Yep.
as it was.
Okay, so roll call, please. So it's the motion.
What are we voting on?
So we're voting on the resolution as it is under old business, approving an agreement with Arena Strategic Communications LLC for professional communications consulting services in the amount of $108,000. The matter was voted on June 20th. It was brought back on July 3rd, 2023. It was voted down to table until 2025, so it's as it is on the agenda. So roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
No.
Donnerworth.
No.
Florian.
Yes.
Hayes.
Yes.
Bolton.
No.
Guzman.
Aye.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
Martinez.
No.
Felix, Alderman Felix.
Yes.
Newsom.
No.
So it's 5-4 no?
Noes have it.
Okay.
Motion failed.
Okay.
What is the?
What was the vote?
5-4 no.
5-4 no.
5-4
no.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, on to new business. Mr. McLemore, you are in violation of order. Please leave. Okay. Item 7, new business. Does anybody want to do an omnibus to these? We would have to take out item R.
I'll move that we do an omnibus.
Yes.
Okay, with the exception of item R, anything else that people want pulled out?
S and U.
S and U.
Would you like some help reading these, Mayor?
Sure.
You want me to start with A?
Yeah, sure, but
Is that
first
all
I
we're
need a
holding out?
motion for an omnibus.
I moved, we
Okay.
do omnibus.
I need a second for the omnibus.
Second. Second.
Guzman, okay.
Is that a voice vote or a roll call?
Is that Alderman Guzman?
Yes.
Guzman, yes,
So, roll call, please. This is just to omnibus.
Minus items.
Items R is S and U is all I have.
F, didn't I hear F?
I didn't want A, so I don't.
Did you ask for F, Mr. Turner?
S. S is in Sierra.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
So all I have is R, S, and U as the exceptions.
So it's a motion to omnibus all items except for R, S, and U, and there was a second.
Okay. Okay, roll call for the omnibus. I need that. Can I have that, Madam Clerk, for just to hear the omnibus?
Alderman Turner.
Yes.
Donnerworth.
Yes.
Florian.
Yes.
Hayes.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Yes.
Felix.
Yes.
Newsom.
Aye.
Omnibus passes.
Wait, don't we have to read them into the record?
Yeah, we're about to do that.
Oh, we vote first, then read them?
That's to do the omnibus.
Alderman Newsom, last one.
Also, this motion should read that
It's V. Item V, you don't have item V. Oh, okay.
the motion is to rescind.
No, I don't believe so. Okay, did you want to pull that one?
Yeah, let's pull V.
Okay, Alderman Newsom would like to pull V as well.
Well, we have to amend the motion now because it was already voted on by roll
Yeah.
call.
Okay.
V is in Victor.
Yep. So we are doing,
So does someone want to make a motion to amend the previous motion
make
for
the motion.
omnibus?
okay,
I'll
Alderman
second.
Newsom, and who's the second?
I second Bolton.
So for clarity, this is a motion to amend the previous omnibus to include omnibus except for items R, S, U, and V as in Victor?
Yes.
All right, any others? All right.
Okay. Alderman Florian, would you like to read them? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We have to do a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't do the roll call. So first, we got to do the roll call.
And who's the first and second?
The first
Newsom, Bolton.
and Bolton.
Newsom. Okay.
Roll call on that?
Thank you. Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Yes.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes. Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Alderman Florian, if you could read those.
Yep. Item A, resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to purchase 4 V-Box spreaders from Bonnell Industries per section 2-458, subsection I3, joint purchasing through Sourcewell for a not-to-exceed amount of $116,576. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item B, a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution for change order number 4 with Aircon refrigeration and heating for amount of $8,250. This matter was also presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item C, a resolution approving the procurement and installation of a salt storage dome from Greenfield Contractors, LLC through Sourcewell in the not-to-exceed amount of $117,118.25. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item D, resolutions to authorize the appropriation of MFT, motor fuel tax, funds for the installation of a concrete slab for the salt storage dome and approve the proposal by D-Land Construction per section 2-458, subsection I-7, a good faith waiver for an amount not to exceed $110,838. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item E, a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution amending the previous resolution for design engineering services for Robinson Engineering, as well as change order number 2 for a not to exceed amount of $102,500. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item F, a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution for Robinson Engineering to perform lead service line replacement inventory per section 2-458, subsection I-4, professional services for a not to exceed amount of $100,000. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item G, a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution for change order number 1 with the Ant Mound Foundation per section 2-458, subsection I-7, a good faith waiver for the Youth Fire Hydrant Restoration Program for $70,000. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item H, a resolution approving and authorizing the proper city officials to approve a resolution approving an LPA joint funding agreement for construction work for a federally funded project to resurface Glen Flora Avenue and Sheridan Road, with the city's share being $176,960. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item I, a motion to authorize the proper city officials to approve a resolution approving the use of MFT funds for payment of the construction portion of the resurfacing on Glen Flora Avenue and Sheridan Road to Illinois Department of Transportation in the amount of $160,860. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item J, a motion to authorize the proper city officials to approve a resolution approving an LPA engineering agreement for inspections with Robinson Engineering per section 2-458, subsection I-4, professional services, for a not to exceed amount of $138,712. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th. 2023. Item K, a motion to approve an application by Aaron Park to participate in the city's Adopt a Road program. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item L, a resolution approving a grant of easements to permit encroachments on city property by existing structure at 325 Washington Street. This matter was presented before the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item M, a resolution to approve the 2022 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, known as CAPER, and to authorize submittal to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This matter was presented to the Community Development Committee on July 3rd, 2023. Item N, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection I-1 sole source and approving an agreement with Stryker for stretcher and trolley maintenance service. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item O, a resolution approving a tower and ground spaced lease between K2 Towers the Third LLC and the City of Waukegan. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item P, a resolution approving a plan and participant consulting and investment advisory agreement between Retirement Plan Advisors and the City of Waukegan. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item Q, a resolution approving the City of Waukegan's amended credit card and store credit policy. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee on July 17th, 2023. Item T, a resolution authorizing a CBA with PBLC. This item was presented before the Code Revisions, Appeals, and Negotiations Committee on July 17th, 2023.
Thank you, Alderman Florian.
You're welcome.
Any questions to those motions? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez. Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Motion pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item R, I'm going to have to, yeah.
Motion and a second.
Yep. Okay, so can I have a motion, a first and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, Donnerworth and Turner.
I'm sorry, and the second one?
Turner. Okay, an ordinance increasing the number of Class A tavern liquor licenses by one Bertrand Lounge, Inc., DBA Bertrand Lounge on 2616 Washington Street. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee on July 17th, 2023. Any questions to the motion? Okay, roll call.
Just one
Yes.
real quick. Didn't they already have a license?
They did, and they changed ownership, and it was not caught when they renewed, but it was caught this year. But whenever you change ownership, it has to go through. So initially, it was probably done 2 years ago, and when they came in for renewal, it was not caught at that time because it had already been processed the year before. So they didn't realize that the ownership had changed, but when they went back and looked at the records, the ownership had changed.
So
it
then
has,
basically you cancel that license and then give them a new one.
yep,
And so it's, license stays the same.
yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman. Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Nay.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Okay, item S. Can I have a first and a second to hear this?
I so move.
Bolton
I'll second.
and Florian.
Who's the first?
Bolton.
Bolton.
Okay. I'll read it and then we'll take questions. A resolution adopting the IML Civility Pledge. This item was presented before the Code Revisions, Appeals, and Negotiations Committee on July 17th, 2023. Questions to the motion?
What's it all about? What's the necessity?
You want to explain it?
What is it?
Is Bob here?
sorry about taking my time up here, Bob Benz. I was given one of the tasks of my job is to be the ethics officer and the ADA officer for the city. And part of that, when you looked at the start of those positions, the Illinois Municipal League recommends the civility pledge as a place to start with ethics. All it really is, the pledge, about 157 other municipalities in the state have already taken it for their city councils. And it's all really the saying that we're going to be, you guys are going to be civil up at there, because the public does watch this, kids do watch it, and it's just the Illinois Municipal League kind of standard for all boards of conduct, of civility towards each other. That's all the really point of it. There's no urgency in it. It's just a program by the Illinois Municipal League. Yes, ma'am.
So are you going to enforce it?
Myself and the attorneys would enforce it
Okay.
if we need to be.
Can we make the audience sign it too? Please?
You make your department head sign it. A lot of municipalities do. The department heads also sign it as part of our role. It's just a program through the Illinois Municipal League, and that's where looking at it is a good starting point for ethics.
Okay.
A question.
Did you write this then?
I
Or
did not
did you
write it.
adopt it from somewhere
We
else?
adopted from the Illinois Municipal League, and it's all what all the other municipalities have adopted is that exact same language.
So they all have the same language?
Same language, yes.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard yet. And I've heard a lot of ridiculous nonsense up here. Let me tell you a story. I pledge my allegiance to the flag that represents the United States of America and the republic of which it stands. The republic is defined by several founding documents, the penultimate of which is the Constitution of the United States, which codifies our right to freedom of speech. And I'm not going to give up that right because somebody wants me to say nice words or not say bad words that they don't like. So I'm telling you, this is, I can't believe we're even discussing this. And I don't care how many other municipalities or how many other people sign this damn pledge, I'm not going to do it.
That's fine. Any other questions to the motion?
I have a question. In terms of a net positive, in terms of when other organizations look at our city, does this help at all?
I don't think so. It's just a program by the Illinois Municipal League that they're trying to get out throughout the other municipalities.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I think what I can say about this, it's really just, it's a policy adoption by the council saying this is who we are, this is who we want to be,
Yeah,
this is how
I
we
got
want to,
something else I wanna say.
this is how we want to conduct ourselves. You know, if you pass it, it doesn't, it's not like Bob and I are going to be the enforcement police. It doesn't work that way. The council operates under their own code. And so that's not the way that works. This is just you putting out a statement saying this is what we're about or we're not about this.
Who's going to be the judge of what's civil and what's not?
Again, there is no judge. This is just literally.
What's the point? Some more empty words that have no meaning, no enforcement, just want us to go along like sheep. Let me tell you something else. Our forefathers, our ancestors, our American ancestors fought a war of rebellion and revolution against the British. And one of the reasons they fought that war was because we were denied our God-given rights, one of which is freedom of speech. And if you vote to give up your freedom of speech, then that's exactly what you're going to get. You're not going to have any. And then I'm kind of curious, and this is just an aside, it's not personal, but I find it odd that our forefathers fought that, our ancestors, the American ancestors, fought a war of revolution. The mayor, against your ancestors, because you're a first generation immigrant from Britain, right?
Yeah, you got something against
so
immigrants?
we fought a war against your ancestors, and now here you are trying to get us to promise to keep our mouths shut and be civil.
I'm not.
Supplant our freedom of speech.
No. First off, I think that's a smack against immigrants.
You don't think that's interesting? I do.
Alderman Turner, can you tell me in this pledge, what about this says you are not allowed to say what you think?
I didn't read the pledge because it don't make sense. I'm not gonna swear to it.
You didn't read it, but
That's
you're
right.
assuming
Doesn't matter.
it
Does
takes
not
away.
matter, Alderman Florian. I'm not gonna pledge
It's okay,
to
let's
be
just
civil.
vote, Mayor, because he
Okay.
can vote no and the rest of us
That's
can
right.
vote yes.
Roll
and we
call,
can move
please,
on.
Madam
Bunch of
I
Clerk.
have
sheep.
one question before you.
I do too.
You don't have to be a
I
sheep.
have a
You
question.
choose to be a sheep.
Okay, we've heard you, Alderman Turner. Alderman
you.
Bolton has the floor. Alderman Bolton.
Can you give us a visual picture where this was not implemented or where we violated? Or what happened to provoke this?
Because this is something that municipalities are trying to put out so that we as examples, as leaders in the community, show that we can act civil and talk civilly to each other. We don't need to flip people off. We can talk civilly to each other. That's not an expression of freedom of speech.
Yes, it
It's
is.
that we won't perform or act ourselves to the public that isn't appropriate. So that we want the public to come up here and respectfully talk to you, then we should respectfully do that also.
I believe this came out, I think at the end of April is where they started.
I'm sorry,
publishing
can you
the
speak
pledge.
in the mic, please?
Delano Municipally, this in the end of April came out with the pledge. I mean, it hasn't been years since they've had the pledge. It's a new program that they're implementing.
And so my question was, what was it that provoked this?
So in the packet is an IML article where they say 63% of voters believe that decreasing amount of respect and civility in our political system is an extremely or very serious threat to democracy. 21% of voters said political division is one of the most important issues facing the country. I believe this is IML's attempt to raise awareness for civility and how elected leaders and leaders in the community conduct themselves in public. It doesn't mean you can't disagree with each other. It doesn't mean you can't say what's on your mind. Of course, your First Amendment rights are protected. It just means the way that you conduct yourself won't be in a violent, threatening, or uncivil manner. We see, I'll give an example.
Yes, please.
You see, you could look on YouTube, city council meetings in some jurisdictions are causing fistfights in the gallery. I mean, it's totally unacceptable. And these types of heated discussions are on the rise. So again, disagreeing with your colleagues is something you are here and voted and elected to do. You are supposed to disagree and voice your opinions. It's the way that you do it, conducting yourself, not using foul language, not screaming at each other, not doing those kinds of things, is all the Illinois Municipal League's attempt to raise awareness to this issue because the voters, according to the Illinois Municipal League, are concerned about this.
What authority does the Illinois Municipal League have to do
They have no authority. This absolutely, if you don't want to pass it, then nothing happens. If you pass it, nothing happens. It's just your integrity and your pledge to say, I agree with this or I don't agree with this. I want to conduct myself in a certain way or not. It's a way of existing in the world. Adopt it or don't adopt it, but it's not really an enforceable instrument.
The only thing that will happen is that there will be a headline in the paper at some point this week that says Waukegan City Council votes to not be civil toward one another, to not act as leaders in its community, and to allow its residents to appear and treat the city council the same way the city council members treat each other.
Yep.
Be nice to each other. Act civil. Have a healthy debate. That's all we're asking. No one's trying to prohibit you from speaking your mind. No one's trying to restrict your ability.
Alderman Turner talking over people,
Alderman Turner.
Exactly the problem.
This is the perfect example, and whether you vote for it or against it, the fact that we had to debate whether to be civil to each other or not makes us a laughing stock of city councils.
No, what makes you a laughing stock is voting to be a sheep.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Hold on, one question. Okay, 2 red flags popped up. 1, enforceable. 2, legal.
It's not enforceable. It's just your council's policy of saying this is the way we will conduct ourselves.
Okay, we're good.
So you can sanction each other in other ways for other things. This is not one of those things. There's no mechanism on this resolution that says civil means this, uncivil means that, and if you don't do this or you don't do that, here's what happens to you. This is just literally a policy declaration for the council.
Okay, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
No.
Donnaworth.
No.
Florian.
Yes, gladly, yes.
Hayes.
Yes.
Bolton.
I definitely will be civil and speak my mind.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
Alderman Guzman.
Yes.
Martinez.
Yes.
Felix.
Yes.
Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
And for the record, I will go on record as saying I agree with this. Okay, item U, a resolution approving an agreement with Hera Property Registration LLC and Milberg, Coleman, Bryson, Phillips, Grossman, P. LLC for a vacant and foreclosed property registry and enforcement. This item was presented before the Code Revisions Appeals and Negotiations Committee on July 17th, 2023. Can I have a first and a second?
I'll make the first.
Okay, Newsom and Turner.
Yeah, I just would like kind of an explanation of this, and also, I remember under the previous administration, help me out here, Edie, we signed a contract with a real estate agent that was going to inventory all of our properties, city-owned properties, and arrange the sale of those properties. And I don't remember ever seeing like any signs or promotions or anything, city property for sale.
I don't know. I can't find that contract. I don't know where that is. I don't know that it ever came to light. I mean, I really don't. It wasn't under Commissioner Sellis. I don't have a copy of it, so I don't know that ever
You remember what I'm
went
talking
through.
about, though?
I
Or
remember
do
it being talked about. I don't really remember it being voted on. I thought it was a discussion.
Yeah.
But we did have a group that did vacant properties that we found out in June, that June 16th, that we got a letter, and it was actually an email to both Commissioner Sellis and I that I thought was spam. It was written in different fonts, and I thought it was spam. We actually did the research, and they actually went out of business like that. So I'll let you take it up, Commissioner Sellis, from there.
I'm not sure of the year, but I know a few years back, before my time, the city council had signed with a company, Property Champions, Pro Champs for short. They were responsible for handling all the vacant registry, the registrations and everything, and people would pay Pro Champs, and then Pro Champs would pay the city. It was probably a little before June 16th, we got an email with the mayor saying that Pro Champs is going out of business, sign up with our company. And the mayor came and spoke to me, we made a few phone calls, nobody had heard about it, but then all of a sudden we got an email from another municipality, and they gave us the paperwork that Pro Champs actually filed for bankruptcy and just shut down just like that. So we did reach out to a couple of other municipalities. I have a friend who's actually the city manager in DeKalb. I have friends that are up here at just north of us at Beach Park. So I reached out to them, and they told me about this company, Hera. I did a little research on them. They've been around for almost as long as Pro Champs. They're willing to take on this account, and they'll do the run it the same way, where the registration is still $300 for the vacant properties, and they give us $250 of that money. So they just keep $50 per property, and they pay us twice a year for each property.
Well, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So they're just keeping the list?
They have a list, and they keep monitoring that list, and they go through all the records, and they do all of this, and they don't charge us anything. They just keep $50 from each of the properties, the registration.
What, can we do that ourselves?
They change hands so quickly. Many of these are foreclosed properties, and they change banks maybe every 6 months.
Yeah.
For us to keep a run of that is very difficult to
I
do.
can see that.
And then when you're trying to track down to get grass cut or something, we might be 3 or 4 owners behind.
Right. Yeah, I can see
So
that.
that's how we did this one company. The property, the realty thing that you're talking about doesn't seem to have ever gotten off the ground, but this did.
Okay.
And it was done through this company, and we've had this company until we found out they were bankrupt.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And they also told us they were paying us on through June 16th, and I don't think we received the check.
We did receive a payment
Okay, good.
for May.
Yes, but not June.
Right, and the June payment should be coming in probably around the next few days if it hasn't come in already, or we can go after them for whatever the fees are. I do have I'm still able to log into my ProChamps account and see how much money they've actually collected, but we have been receiving phone calls from banks in these transaction companies that have been calling me saying, who are you guys going with? Because we don't want to give our money to ProChamps and you guys lose it for, by chance. So everybody's kind of been holding on to their money until we tell them what company we're going with. That's why it was a rush to get this company proposed in front of you.
And we did have a whole presentation done last Monday, the 10th. The time goes by so
Yeah.
fast, it was last Monday. And we did about an hour and 20 minutes with them, where they went through with us all the different, their company's policies and that kind of thing. But it was thrown up on us very quickly because we did not have an indication that they were going to go bankrupt, and they never actually notified us it was another company.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions to the motion?
I have a quick question. Is the information made available to the public?
The
information that will be collected by Hera Properties and I assume stored in some form of software.
They actually keep that, and then we are able to access it. I don't know that it's public, is it?
So this is not public, but we have had people FOIA the registry, and we do supply it to them. But the company keeps track of everything, and we're able to log into our account and actually see what properties have paid and all that other stuff.
Okay.
Is that information available to the alderman, or would we have to FOIA it too?
No, it could be available. I mean, I'd fill it out for you, but for anybody else, they could FOIA this. If you were to ask, I could probably get it to you within a couple of hours.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions to the motion?
What kind of company is this? Is it like a private, big company, small company?
It's a good-sized company. I forgot what the actual statistics are on it, but they're a good-sized company. They're actually kind of taking over some of the other companies that I don't think, we only dealt with ProChamps, but I think there's been other companies that have also kind of gone under, and they've kind of monopolized some of it. There's a few companies out there now.
I think they mentioned 3. I'm not aware of any in my previous life. We kind of handled it in-house, and we were never able to keep track of it. And we were a 60,000, population. Here we're 90,000 plus. It would be really difficult to keep track of everything. So this company did, as the mayor said, kind of take over a few companies here and there for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
Any other questions to the motion? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item B, an ordinance amending Article 3, Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances regarding residency requirement for employees.
First.
Who did first?
Me.
Florian? Okay. Second?
Second.
Alderman Newsom is the second. Okay.
Who's first?
Florian.
Me, number 8.
Okay. Any questions to the motion? This was. Okay.
I pulled it out because it says amending it to what is my question.
Okay.
Yeah, what's
That's a legal question.
It's a code already written, so it would be amending that code.
Amending it to read what?
Well,
To rescind?
If we pull it up, let me see what it, there's been a lot of strike-throughs. It's essentially striking out all of Code Section 2-102 and making it reserved.
Making it reserved?
Yeah, it's just a reserved spot in the code, but it's essentially striking all of the language in section 2-102. So that code section will be reserved, but nothing in it, it will state what it states now. It'll just be stricken out.
The resident requirement will be
Alto-
stricken.
Altogether, any resident requirement will be stricken completely if passed in this form.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions to the motion?
Maybe the audience needs to know exactly what this is, so we can just spell it, the whole thing out.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to do it?
You seem to want to. I mean, I'm more than happy to explain it. What this is about is that, you know, we have had issues with people, certain people up here talking about one or two employees in particular, and my whole thing is, let's not pick on a certain employee. Do we have a residency or do we not? Our police and fire do not have residency. Any union employee does not, they're not required to live in the city. It was back in 2003 when those things were collective bargained, the department heads were kind of told, oh, you know, you don't have to live here either. Some of them have made decisions to leave the city, 6 in particular.
Right.
And now it's kind of like, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
The other part of this is, you know, we have been looking for a finance director for 2 years now, and we have had not one single person apply from Waukegan, only 2 from the state of Illinois. Most of them have been through a national search. So, again, a lot of things are changing in the job market. One of the reasons I have been reluctant to bring on a new finance director is because immediately they want to talk about 5 or 6 weeks vacation, which is something that finance directors are very, very hard to get. I'm reluctant to bring somebody on and give them that kind of vacation time right off the bat because I feel like you haven't even proven to me what kind of job you're going to do. But comparatively with other municipalities, they do not have residency requirements or have a radius. Most of them don't have any residency requirements whatsoever. So in order for us to stay competitive, certainly, you know, I want Waukegan residents to apply for jobs and I want them to come for interviews. And all being equal, if everybody is qualified the same way, I think we want to give that to Waukegan residents.
Right.
But we also don't want to chokehold ourselves and not be able to fill positions because we can't get people for them.
Right.
So this is just kind of following what the union does. We have 6 department heads and, what was it, 40-some employees
46.
that work for the city that do not live in Waukegan. So we could lose a fair amount of our workforce if we suddenly implemented that.
I agree. So, someone else mentioned it, and I apologize, I've forgotten who it was down there. Suggested maybe we could give preference to, was that you, Juan? Yes. Okay, so Juan, Mr. Martinez suggested maybe we give preference to Waukegan residents. So if you get 3 people that apply for the same job, 2 of them live in Chicago, 1 lives in Waukegan, they would get a 5-point bump or something. So
If they're equally qualified.
Yeah, that's what I.
That's got to be the important factor
So
there.
can we get that
Right.
verbalized within the ordinance, is the question.
Can you do that?
I'll just suggest this. The ordinance talks about employees living here. Certainly you have codification of purchasing vendors. You give preference to minority local businesses. We can do something similar, but my suggestion would be to codify that in an internal policy, maybe in an internal HR policy, as opposed to putting it in the code.
Okay,
And that already happens anyway.
Yeah.
I think the HR director will tell you that we do look for Waukegan people, but sometimes the you know, it's all based on equally qualified.
Yeah.
So I think this is probably to make it as general as possible, and then have in your practice where you make it, where you give that preference. Certainly, you know, I don't do, even though they say the mayor has hiring and firing, I don't sit on interviews. I leave that to the HR department, because that is who's qualified to do hirings and firings and disciplinary actions. So I don't get involved in that. But I'm just saying this is kind of, we need to address this. This ordinance has been there since the 70s, and things have changed, and we have to decide, are we gonna keep up? But it can't be where we pick on certain people because they are not a resident, but we're not looking at the overall picture.
Right, and I can agree to a certain extent, because I see it every day where there's businesses, there's like, in my full-time job, we had to actually close down a wing because we couldn't find the employees. So I understand that it seems to be something that's happening more and more in the workforce in America, where there's restaurants that can't open, there's doors that can't open because they just can't find the employees for it. But I think we should look for the best qualified candidate, and if they are from Waukegan, just give them some kind of incentive. But I totally agree, it's hard. We see it every day. You turn the news on, there's always something going on that this place cannot open or they close down because they just don't have the staff to man it. And it seems to be the new norm here, unfortunately.
So the bottom line here is we're going to vote to remove any residency requirements.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
And one last question. And so am I also hearing that within the House or policy, they'll make those stipulations as far as if they live in Waukegan, they get an extra bonus or something of that sort? I think the suggestion has been, rather than codify that in the city's code, perhaps Director Jones can explain the personnel rules or policy, maybe update the policy to give, or maybe it's already there. Director Jones, do you want to speak to that?
And I just want to state the fact, myself as an alderman, I think it would put us as a city in a crisis mode if we tried to make at least 46 employees that work for the city to have to uproot and move. It's just unethical. It's not fair.
So, Alderman, in terms of internal processes, we can implement a policy for more points in terms of consideration. I would be leery of doing like a monetary bonus because that has to be budgeted for. So you don't want to do, if that's something that you're looking to implement, next budget year, that's something we can discuss. I would also have to discuss with the labor attorneys, what impact that would have with our unionized employees as well. But certainly this fiscal year, it's more of a preferential type of thing in regards to if we have people of the same skill set, if they're from Waukegan, no different than our civil service commission process, where if you're a resident of Waukegan, you get X amount of points over a non-resident. So we can certainly add that in an internal HR process.
Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay.
Wait, what are we voting
One
on?
more. Okay. So I listened to this in the Codes and Revisions Committee. Okay, I talked about, what is this called? Amending the amendment. Okay, so I agree with all the employees, the salary, no problem. The department heads, I agreed to exempt the ones now because they were not towed or whatever, it was not enforced or anything. But I'm talking about the ones that are appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. From them, before they decide to take the job or not, they must live in the city.
I'm going to say again, I would be a little hesitant on that, because what happens if we find a really good finance director, but he can't or she can't move here? Do we lose out on a good employee?
Then where would they live? I mean, if we're going countrywide for these people, wherever they're going.
Well, sure, if they're coming in from nationally, they're going to have to live here. But what happens if we find somebody like we have now, department heads that live, you know, Kenosha or, you know, somewhere like that. Our current interim finance director lives about 45 minutes away. So do we lose that person because we already have this here? I would say at this point in time, I would leave it as general as possible, just so that we can get, if the hiring times were different, I'd consider something different, but because it is so difficult to fill some of these positions, I think we can put ourselves in a bad place by not leaving that door open. You know, now if in 3 years' time we're flooding the market and we have so many people applying for jobs, that might be something we want to look at then. But right now, I think we could actually be hurting ourselves and lose somebody to another municipality that could work here for us, just because the way the job market is. I understand, and like I said, my personal goal, and I know HR's goal, is to try and give Waukegan people that job. But again, I'm going to say, finance director, not one applicant from Waukegan, not one.
But all we're asking them to is to move here. We're not asking for anything else.
But that might be difficult for them, like if they have a spouse that's working.
And the only way, I will vote yes on this, to remove this, because of the whole, of what I did with my kids, got them out of schools and stuff like that, put them in private schools. But let's go ahead.
It puts families in very difficult situations.
Because of that situation.
I mean, ideally, we want to have them come.
And also, Alderman, I mean, when you're talking about department heads, the same preferential treatment for Waukegan residents can still apply, but I do think that when you're looking at those individuals that are applying for that level of position, they're already working individuals that have history in the workforce. They're already settled with their homes and things elsewhere. You're going to open up the door to people asking for relocation fees and other costs or higher salaries to move into Waukegan.
So let's promote within.
And we do promote within.
Okay.
We do promote within
So
first.
who's doing the job right now for head of financing?
That
There
would
must
be
be somebody doing it.
He's an interim, he's not an employee.
Correct.
He's a contractor.
But we do look at hiring, promoting from within first, but also understand, Alderman, that individuals would need to want to be promoted to those roles. Everyone that works for the city doesn't have, and I'm not saying this is particularly for the finance department, but we do have a lot of employees that are okay with coming in, doing their hours and leaving. They don't have those aspirations to move up. For those employees that do want to move up, that's where we bring in the consultants to mentor them so that they can take over those roles. But at the same time, we can't hold those vacancies vacant forever either, as we wait for those individuals to move up. So again, I think that if you pigeonhole yourself to forcing it, we're not going to be compatible with the markets, and people will go to the Libertyvilles and to the Lake Forests. And I think ultimately you're looking for the people that hold the education, the skill set, the experience, so that we can provide the customer service to the residents of Waukegan.
I have a question for you.
Thank you.
What is our how are we recruiting? What is our method? Are we using Indeed, or are we actually promoting the city as a whole, or how are we marketing ourselves to attract people here to want to apply for these positions?
It's different for different positions.
It's different for different positions. We tend to say, one, Indeed can become very costly. They do charge a lot. And it just depends on the positions as a whole. If you're looking for a department head role, we will go through like a GovHR USA. They have experience in the public sector. It's nationwide. If I'm posting for an HR generalist, I may post on the city's website in addition to the SHRM, or more specific, if we're looking for someone, if we're looking for like a laborer position, those are entry-level positions that you may not want to spend a lot of monetary resources on to post, because we get a lot of traffic through our city website alone. And just by word of mouth. But when you're looking at those higher level positions, we do post elsewhere.
And do we also offer incentives for those employees who recommend somebody, suggest someone, like we get like a bonus for recommending someone to work with?
We do not, but that is something that can be taken under consideration with stipulations to it. It's not in this year's budget, but that can certainly be something that's discussed in next fiscal year's budget, but with an understanding that if someone makes a referral, they don't get the money right then and there.
Right,
this person has to work out.
A period probation period.
Yes.
I think that'd be something that would be beneficial for all of us to try to, because it is competitive out there.
It is.
I mean, and a lot of these jobs are often incentive. You know, you join us, we'll give you $1,000 after a certain time limit or time frame, but that's what we may have to do. We have to market ourselves and offer them incentives to want to come work for us.
Okay, can I say something?
Okay, this will be the last
Very
comment, and then we're
briefly,
going
I
to
just
move on.
want to point out that, so we talked about 6 department heads that don't live in the city. I don't know who those department heads, I know a couple of them, but I'm not going to call them out because it's irrelevant, and that's my point. It's irrelevant where they live, because if you think about it, as you look out there at our department heads, every one of them is competent, professional, knowledgeable, and they're running their departments, they're putting in hours way beyond, straight 8 hours. So I applaud them, and I am wholeheartedly in support of eliminating this residence requirement, because they stand as an example of the ability to do a job without having to live in a specific location. Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we do the special order of business, I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute recess to kind of regroup in 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes to regroup. And then we will talk about how we handle the appeal process. But we're going to take a 5-minute break for everybody to refresh, and then we'll be right back. the special hearing. So can I have a motion, a first and a second, to hear the appeal? I need a first and a second to hear the appeal.
First.
Second. First.
Okay, so who was the first?
Me.
Okay, come
Felix.
on, I need an answer. Who was the first?
Victor.
Oh, Victor was, okay, so,
And Donenworth was the second.
okay. Okay,
Who's
roll call.
first, who's second? You need to repeat.
First Felix and then second Donenworth.
Okay. Can I have a roll call, please, on that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Alderman Turner.
Here.
No, it's aye for,
Oh, aye.
to hear. Okay.
Sorry. Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of this appeal is because somebody has wanted to do an appeal, and our process is that that would come to council then for the appeal. So I'm going to let our corporate counsel tell you the rules of the appeal. Would you like to do that?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Madam Clerk. My name is Kelly Gandersky. I'm the city's Corporation Counsel. I'm going to, the public hearing is open with regard to the appeal that is before you. This is the hearing on appeal of denial of special event permit requested by petitioner Margaret Carrasco, Fiestas Patrias Parade and Celebration. So each side, the petitioner, Ms. Carrasco, and Fiestas Patrias will receive 15 minutes for their case in chief. The city will be allotted the same amount of time, city witnesses, for their rebuttal, if any. And then there'll be 1 minute allowed on each side for rebuttal for finality. This is a formal hearing. I want to reiterate this. This is a formal hearing. We need to conduct ourselves as we would in any other proceeding by a tribunal that makes a decision. We need to be respectful. We need to be civil. We need to not speak over each other. Everything that we are saying is being recorded, so let's just make sure we are speaking into the microphones. So all witnesses that are going to testify at the hearing should come up front. We'll start off with Madam Clerk swearing each witness in. After you state your name, please state your name clearly for the record. And you'll be sworn. That's both petitioner's witnesses and city's witnesses. Petitioner will go first. Council members will be allowed to ask any questions at the close of petitioner's case in chief. City witnesses will be able to testify if needed, if they want to, and if the council has questions for them. And then again, we'll have some time for rebuttal. But there should be no cross-talking over anybody. This should be conducted almost like a courtroom proceeding, so we're going to have some level of formality in that manner. We're going to be respectful, no talking over each other, and one at a time. And so with that, Ms. Carrasco, if you yourself and have any witnesses you wish to call, please step over to the podium on the left.
So if you are not sworn in, you are not able to speak.
To testify, you have to be sworn in. This is a hearing.
So I get an opportunity, correct?
So are you going to be calling any witnesses to speak on your behalf or any?
Okay, besides myself. Correct?
Yes, besides yourself.
Okay, yes. Elizabeth Marrero. Uriel Vieira.
Okay, those are your witnesses? Okay, so we're going to ask, please step up to the podium, all three of you. And then any city's witnesses, or we have anybody from the city?
We have Carlos and Sean need to come up and be sworn in.
All right. Okay, I'm going to, one at a time, ask everyone to state your name clearly, and then step to the side so the next person can state their name, and then we'll have you all sworn in at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay.
No, just state your name.
Okay, Margaret Carrasco.
Okay, next person, state your name.
Elizabeth Marrero.
Okay, state your name.
Uriel Vieira.
Okay, state your name, sir.
Sean Nunez.
And your name, sir.
Carlos Parada.
Okay, all those testifying, please raise your right hands. Madam Clerk will do the swearing in.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right, let the record reflect that all witnesses have been sworn. Ms. Crosco, you have 15 minutes to present your case in chief. Madam Clerk, would you set the
And
timer?
that includes your witnesses, so we want to make sure that everybody understands that that's, if 2 or 3 people are speaking, it's within that 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening. Tonight will be brief and to the point. We believe that our best defense is going to be as they say in Spanish, los papelitos hablan, meaning our documentation evidence. We believe that tonight we will make historic history, and essentially what it's involving is Puro football against Fiestas Patrias. Those are 2 groups. We are with Fiestas Patrias. In your packet, each one of you has a newspaper for Puro football. I just want to bring attention to the top line. It says Puro football newspaper, a name that the mayor has on numerous occasions referred to as the person who has the permit for her selection for the parade. The next one, it says Puro football news. If you go inside to the back side of that, it says that there's been 946 publications of this newspaper. It shows the director of the newspaper as being Oscar Cepeda in the middle. And also on the bottom, it states that this newspaper is certified and registered within Lake County. On page 4, we have a large ad with half of it being the picture of the mayor. All right, so let me begin. Never in the history has a mayor in the past 40 years ever taken away a cultural, traditional, and a celebration from any community organization, and instead given it to a business and to individuals from Round Lake, Gurnee, and Chicago. This act by Mayor Taylor is perceived by the community as an insult and disrespectful to our Latino traditions and culture. We believe that our community was unjustly denied, not only one time, but 2 times that we applied. Never has a mayor attempted to extort an additional besides all the thousands we already paid, an additional $6,000 for, and legal counsel, pay attention, unrendered services. Never has a mayor lied stating false statements to the community so many times over and over. And one of them being in regards to Puro football and the whole legality. It's our opinion that this entire sequence of events involved with this is a scheme that together with the mayor, together with Puro football. Okay? As a result of this is not just about a parade. As a result of our investigation and documentation that we've acquired, we believe there's violations with IRS, criminal wire fraud, ethics, serious ethics violations, slander, ARDC violations, a fake business, and also we believe that incorrect, inaccurate information was as a result of their statements published in the Waukegan News Sun. I'm going to go into the documents in your folder. The first one is Daily Herald, a copy of the legal notices, ad number 4602, 645, 646, and 643. And it's filed with the Lake County courts, in which we have Puro football newspaper, and Puro football news, which we did ourselves because it was not registered. In addition to that, the next document, you have a business entity search, and if you go into the website for state of Illinois, Puro football newspaper is registered under my name and our members here, not Oscar Cepeda. And there's also good standing, okay, certification that we have, not Oscar Cepeda and not Puro football newspaper. We have also the next document adopting a limited liability assumed name. We also legally own Puro football news and Puro football. So all 3 names, once again, Puro football newspaper did not legally exist. When they applied, we are it. We are Put a Football newspaper. We are Put a Football news. We are Put a Football. And here is the file number with the state of Illinois. I welcome you to review with the state of Illinois all the documentation. If, according to Lake County, according to the state, Put a Football, since we were able to legally be Put a Football as a business, how have they existed for the past 20 years? Illegally? How have they been paying taxes? How did the city fail to do their due diligence despite so many times telling the mayor that they were not legitimate and still continue pursuing it? So I'm going to let my other individuals here, witnesses, but we have all the legal documents to prove that the application, false information, and that's one of the rules. If anyone puts false information on the application, they're automatically disqualified. Put a Football lied on their application. Put a Football never provided a certificate of good standing. We got it now for Put a Football because they did not exist when they applied. Therefore, they should be eliminated. And the application should be granted to Fiestas Patrias, who does legally exist. Thank you. Elizabeth.
Ms. Carrasco, do you have any other witnesses to call?
Yes, Elizabeth.
Again, if you could just state your name again for the record, please.
Elizabeth Marrero. So I'm here to answer any questions. With the whole situation, Margaret did apply, I think it was like January 3rd. It was too soon. We did have a balance that we owed to the Waukegan Police Department. And then during that time, there was that switch of shift. The previous shift retired, and then Edgar Navarro came in. He wasn't aware of a lot of things. He was new. He was trying to figure things out. He actually helped us a lot. There was a discrepancy with the police department bill because originally they told us one amount, then it was another amount. When we look at the charges, they were basically charging us since 8 o'clock in the morning when the parade actually started at 12, and we agreed that we were going to close the streets earlier, like 11, 10, but still. The Chief Navarro, he helped us a lot, and I want to say thank you. Really appreciate that. And I know during that time a lot of things happened. It delayed because then the soldier went missing on the Navy. Unfortunately, rest in peace. He passed away. And I know the police department was working a lot of things going on, a lot of crime. Obviously, they're not going to stop doing their job to figure it out a bill when, people are dying and there's shots and there's crime. So we want to say thank you, police department, for helping us. Finally, it did took time, but in the meantime, of course, somebody else applied, and we were able to resolve it. They did correct the bill. So we want to say thank you for that, but then it was kind of like too late. My only, question or confusion or clarification is, I know when somebody applies, I don't see the reason why you cannot look at another application, because we were denied to even put the plan. Like they were not even letting us explain the plan to see if our plan was better than the other one. So basically, when you guys are hiring, you guys talked about hiring, right? There's an open position, you want to get the best, right? The best candidate. So for me, my understanding, I want to look at different applications. I want to see who's the best, right? I'm not going to stick to one application. But then they were not even letting us, even to me, they're like, oh no, you guys can't because there's another application pending. So therefore, we cannot accept your application. But at least give us a chance to explain our plan and see if our plan was better. We've been doing it for I just started last year, but Fiestas Patrias Comité has been doing it for so long. We're knowledgeable. We were working closely with the police department. We met a couple of times to make sure we had it together with the horses because there was incidents, things like that. So we want to make sure we do it the right thing, and we just want to make sure it's just. We're not asking for you guys to bend rules or, just to do the legal thing the right way, how it is with the codes. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Carrasco, any other witnesses?
Yes, Uriel Vieira.
Okay. Mr. Vieira, please state your name again for the record.
My name is Uriel Vieira, last name, and I come up here just to let you know, I mean, puro football is baloney because it doesn't exist, and we've been doing it for a while, the parade. Our organization is not charging anything to anybody. If you guys go to the web of pro football, what the mayor is asking for help for him, he's asking for $1,000 to a person who wants to sell anything. We don't even charge that. If they want to go in a parade with a card or anything, it's $699. If they want, they have like ourselves, we bring people from Mexico, kids to, from the school to march and everything. They be paying $499. And I think putting prices like that, this business is not culture. And we're here for culture, to entertain our people, make sure they don't forget our culture. And it's not like if appeared in our calendar, the United States calendar, September 16. No, we're not asking for that because somebody say, oh, it's not in our calendar. We're not talking about calendar. We're talking about make sure our people and everybody knows what it is about September 16. So it's not like business or anything. And we try to keep those kids, figure out what they're gonna do in the future. Make sure that people, American people, they see what it's about our culture. Not just like, there you go, we're gonna do a parade and do whatever you wanna do. No, it's not that the point. The point is to show the people how we can organize everything, but not to be, like, I know Puro Football, he never do the parade. They haven't do anything like that. And it's gonna take a while. I've been doing it for 5 years with them, but they've been longer than me. But I like to do it because we try to show that the kids and people from Waukegan, what is our culture. Like 4th of July. 4th of July, you don't see just white people. No, you see Spanish people from the different countries. We want to see, the culture of the United States. This is what we try to show you guys. So I don't know why you guys backing up our application. We used to be on like $6,000 in police, and it wasn't true what they didn't give us that. They charge us too much. Even the new chief, he went through everything. We went through the hours, how many police officers they were there. And from $6,000 went to $3,000 when we paid for it. And we put in the application in January. They said that was way too early. And it wasn't that early because it doesn't say when you have to apply for it. Why they just made up stuff or lying stuff to put in somebody else who is gonna show somebody else in the newspaper to help them out to be, a mayor again or whatever. It's not what it is about this. We just try to, show you that our culture, bring kids from the different countries to march, to have fun, and let you guys know what is a fun, not just like people drinking in the streets or anything like that. We don't do that. A few years ago when we started, it kind of was messy, that parade, so we start changing everything, try to make it a good and nice, clean, not provoking people, not drinking people. We don't have no people drinking. We had an issue with people in the horses. We tried to take care of it, and we take care of it together with the police department. We've been listening to the police department. We had like few meetings. I was there about 3 times with the meeting with them. So they tell us the rules and everything. We even tell them, well, just give us the rules. We will try to give it to them, but make sure, we have to be clear in everything. If you put somebody else who, they business, they don't care. I hear they want to have people selling alcohol in the streets. When the parade start, they've been drinking, having like places sitting down. Why they can do that? Because they gonna charge $1,000 for it, and they will have permits because they own restaurants. And I think it's not right. If you have two places in Washington Street selling alcohol, I think is wrong, and that's what they try to do. They try to get for at least $60,000. We don't even got that much that money last year. We made probably about $2,500, and the rest come up in her pocket, my pocket, to pay the bill, to pay the $3,000 bill for the police department.
Okay.
We don't charge it that much
Ms.
money.
Carrasco, time is up. The clock, we had a glitch with, but Madam Clerk was keeping the time on her phone. So that's 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does the council have any questions for Ms. Carrasco or her witnesses based on anything that's been said?
Will we only get to ask questions now, or will we have?
No, there'll be time. This is her case in chief, so you can ask any questions based on what you've heard, and then city representatives will go, and you may have more questions after that.
Okay, well, I have a couple questions. You guys said that the mayor took your application or your ability to have the parade away. How explain how the mayor did that?
Well, just for clarification, I don't recall stating that took, because you can, a human being cannot take away the culture and tradition of a community. Okay, so, you know, that's not an accurate statement.
Okay, so, and then you're saying...
I believe it was about the committee. We have 100 persons from different organizations, from different local businesses, and I believe it was my, what I intended to say, if it didn't come out that way, that the community organizes and it was taken away and given to a business and
Okay.
out-of-towners.
Okay, but taken away how?
Because of the selection of the permit.
Well, but there was no selection. Someone applied. We didn't.
Yeah, we applied 2 times and we were denied twice.
And why were you denied?
We were denied the first time because it was stated that we had to pay the discrepancy of the $6,000. We had to wait 7 months before that bill, before the city, anyone met with us about the discrepancy in the amount of the bill, okay? And we decided that why should we, because no other organization or events are required to pay a surplus $6,000 for unrendered services, and so we thought that was unjust and unfair to have to pay another $6,000 extra if we didn't get those services. So we refused to pay that. So they utilized that in order to block us from applying. So we applied, and then they denied our application, and then they wouldn't let us apply again because they said, you have to pay that first. Even though they admitted it was wrong, they still said we had to pay it first before we could apply.
But wasn't your first application, according to the documents I have, your first application was denied because it was early?
There's nothing on the website, and I have screenshots of the website. When we applied, there's nothing stating that we had to wait to that date.
But didn't you get an email in response saying that it was too early?
The website should have the accurate information. That's for everyone.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you not get an email back from the city saying it was too early?
They did say that,
Okay,
but what
thank you.
counts
That's
legally?
all I have.
Yeah,
That's all I have.
that's fine.
I watch TV. I know how lawyers work. You guys stated you didn't charge for your parade. I paid last year to be in your parade.
No,
I paid
I didn't say that.
$200.
No, I did not say that.
Well, one of you said you don't charge to have your parade. I paid $200 to be in your
I said
parade.
we don't charge that much money because they charging $600.
Okay,
well, I paid $1,000, right.
$600, $900,
Absolutely.
and $1,000 if you want to sell anything.
And you're absolutely correct. That is the amount,
Yes.
$200.
I paid $200
Yes.
to walk
Yeah,
in your
and the fee now the fees are $1,000, $600, and we just feel that
And
that's
$499 if you you got a small cart.
yeah, $200. That's an accurate
Okay,
statement.
that's not the question I asked. But okay, so why was there? Someone said that you didn't do a second application, but you did do a second application,
Yes.
but only after someone else had already applied. And the reason the second application was denied, according to the documentation I have, is not because someone was choosing. It was, we don't get to decide whose events are the best. Like, we can't have an application come in from someone from the community and say, well, we think this is just a bad idea, we're not gonna do this. What happens is, if two people apply on the same day and someone's application is already in process, that's the one that gets priority because they applied first. Correct? Isn't that how it works?
Yes, Alderman Florian, are you aware of the mayor personally doing promo commercials for Puro Football for his events? When in the history has she done that before for anyone else?
That wasn't what I was asking, but, I mean, I don't know about that. You're right, I don't know anything about that. But that doesn't really have anything to do with, there's a legal process. We have a gentleman back there who I'm sure will
Right.
speak soon from the city explaining what the process is.
Okay, so we kind of were tipped off in December that, you know what, something's cooking. And so therefore, we did not believe the, I consider, hearsay of, if that was the case that we could not apply to January 9th, then legally it should have been stated on that website, and it was not. Therefore, that's why we applied April 3rd. And then the second time we applied, like I said, we had wanted to apply, we had wanted to pay what we felt was the correct amount. We were denied payment. Okay, and so the second time so we had wanted to apply, and then they told us, they said we could not apply until we paid that $6,000. But the date that we applied, why did we wait so long? I think that was your question, something like that. Why did we? Is because that's how long you, as a city, took to meet with us the day we resolved the bill and made payment. Actually, Mayor Taylor was personally there when I made the payment. So the day that we were given the correct bill, we paid it that day, and we applied that same day. So we didn't apply before because we weren't they told us you have to wait till you get the bill. So even though the police department corrected the bill, we wanted to go and pay it immediately. We were told we could not pay until the new invoice came out. And so we were waiting for the invoice. I don't know, it was like maybe 2 weeks more or something like that. And that day that I went to pay, I think I had to go through 5 different persons here at City Hall to see who I would pay. And Sean, I believe I had even reached out to you. How could it be, you know, here we are, we wanting to pay, and I have to go through 5 different persons asking, they refuse to take our money. That's, something's wrong there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Okay. So were you not told, not only 1 year, but 2 years, that when you have an event, the security bill is due on or before the date of the event? The city is not extending credit for you to decide to pay that bill when you want to pay it, but it is due at the time that that parade happens. So you objected to it, you reached out to Chief Zupek in January.
Correct.
Who refused to not adjust the charges, and his reasoning for not changing the charges was because you had asked for 4 hours for the parade, but in fact, because the horse manure was never cleaned up, they could never open the street. Even though the city was promised that there would be people there cleaning the manure, there was not. So the street was actually closed for 8 hours, which caused residents who lived down those other streets to be very angry. The festival was closed early because you had people who'd been drinking from flasks that were actually standing on the horses. So that's why Chief Zupek would not change the amount. I don't know that Chief Navarro knew all that coming into it when he made all the adjustments. But that's fine. But the bottom line is, number one, you knew there were other people that were probably going to apply, not just Oscar, but at that time there were rumors that the Lake County the Lake County Hispanic Chamber was also going to apply. So there's always that risk, no matter what organization you are, that others could apply. It's been made known at council, January 9th was the date that was going to be. You took notes on that, and then, like I said, you had the chance to pay your bill in September at the time that it was due, and then protest the bill when the bill was actually paid. You can still do a protest. Is there a reason that you didn't pay it and then when it was due in September and decided to protest in January?
Okay, so I would like to address, I believe there's 3 points that the mayor has stated. First of all, Mr. Uribe, did he leave? Oh, could you please stand up, please? Mr. Uribe.
Hold on, he's not been sworn as a
No.
witness.
He can or cannot?
If he's going to testify, he has to be sworn, but actually your time is up on the 15
Oh,
minutes.
okay, no, I'm just saying, he is the person that was responsible for the cleaning of manure and the persons that were hired, and we actually even took video of the streets. Okay, to state, Mayor, that the streets of Waukegan were not cleaned of manure is a false statement. Next, in regards to with the credit and payments, etc. You know, like I said, we've been doing this for years, and the correct procedures is you have an event, you do an estimation. We pay the amount that was requested as a down payment per se, and then after you have the event, you get your final bill, okay? And so then we received the final bill, and it wasn't until January, actually it was from very beginning when we got the bill, like, this is appalling. I mean, I don't know how much money totally, probably Sean could tell us an accurate number, I don't remember it off of heart, for a community event. And mind you, all the past administrations, the city, it was a joint effort, okay, in many ways. This was not a joint effort with the mayor here, but so be it, we accepted that, okay, that's not a problem. But when we got the bill, it was just, I mean, we had calculated, and that's the reason why when the parade, every year when the parade is, I personally go and thank every police officer, because then I write down what officers were doing work that event. So they can't come to me and say, we had 100 officers, when I only counted during the route, only 20 officers. So I knew exactly which officers, and I knew who was working and how many. So that's the reason why when we got the bill, we knew it was wrong. We met, we went over it line by line, and we came to the agreement. In fact, I believe our estimation was for $3,500, and when we met with the police and went through it in detail, it actually came out to $3,200, even less than we had estimated, okay? So it never has been an issue that we refused to pay the bill. That was not. It's that unrendered services that we did not receive, we are not going to pay, because you have not required that of any other group to have to pay for services that they did not get. It's actually illegal to do that.
Well, then let me ask one more question. In 21, you had the parade, and in 22, you came asking for the parade, 32 days, I think, before the event. And at that point, you still hadn't paid the bill from 21. There was no dispute, the bill, you paid it, I believe, like 2 weeks before the parade in 22. Was there a reason that that bill wasn't paid either?
I believe you're stating that the bill was paid, and we have the receipt for it. So it's never been that we never paid. That's incorrect.
Before. Yeah, 2 weeks before the 22 event.
And I know we have the receipt for it, the bill was paid, though.
Yes, it was
Okay,
paid.
it's not like we owed money from.
But it was due in 21 when the actual parade happened.
Well, the committee, many times, we have, as you know, many, many different projects, many different events and stuff like that. And, you know, people go on vacation, et cetera. And I would just say it was an oversight. I will admit to that, okay? But once again, it's never been a thing that we did not pay the bill.
Alderman Turner.
Thank you. Ms. Carrasco, you mentioned the 7-month window between, I'm not clear on what that was. Tell me about that.
Okay, so when we received the bill and then we communicated that there's something wrong here with the discrepancy, okay? We actually, so the parade was in September, and we received the bill approximately 30 days after, okay, I believe in October. So October, November, December, January, February, March, ¿cuándo pagamos? In April? Yeah.
That was in June, I
April,
believe, June.
April, May, June. Oh my gosh, so it's even more than 7 months. We kept asking to meet with the city about this matter, okay? You know, let's go over it and come to an agreement, whatever, at least for them to hear what we had to say, what the discrepancy were. No, we had to wait 7 months before, and I believe it was intentional, that's my personal opinion, that's our opinion, in order to let Poodle football get in to apply, get it? That was a scheme, okay? We believe the whole thing was a scheme, but that's for another day. So 7 months delay before we met to go over the bill, to, you know, to see what the discrepancy were. I mean, what, that takes 7 months to do? Or 8 months?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the city, we'll have the city come up.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks.
Please state your name for the record, and you've been previously sworn.
My name is Carlos Parada, and I am the Special Events Coordinator here for the City of Waukegan. And I am just going to present what my due diligence is as a Special Event Coordinator. First and most forward, whether it's a special event or block party, we receive the application from the individual or organization. These applications are open to the public, to everyone, not just specific groups. It's open to everyone. Once an application is reviewed, we take in consideration the type of event, the event name, date, what time it ends, location, everything specified to just the event. Once we receive that, once I review that, then I go into the following requirements for our internal groups. We do require, and all this can be found in our city website. So if you go to our city website under businesses, special events, you can find this exact checklist on there. So the first requirement is a certificate of good standing, or if you're a sole proprietor, we do have a form that you can fill out, provide that information. Estimate of attendance, description, whether it's a private or public event, if alcohol will be served at this event, requesting street closures, vendor list, tent, stage, security. Most important is a site plan. If it's a parade, we would like to know exactly what your street closures will be, how many cops you think will be required. And then from that, if you are hosting it in one of our city properties, then we will also like to know a site plan of what your idea is for that event. The approval or denial process does not start with us. We are just the gatherers of the information to submit this information over to the approvers of the event, which is formed of the following committee: building department, and all these are department heads. Let me specify that. So the building department, fire department, police department, risk management, mayor, and chief of staff. Once we receive an approval, if the event is approved, we send the organization a permit and if there's any outstanding or any requirements from the internal group, we let them know so they can be aware that that's something that we might be looking for. Excuse me. If it is denied, then we send a formal denial letter, whether it's via email and mail, so we do both. Again, just want to reiterate, our dates for special events are publicized in our city website, and we go a year ahead. So now, if you go into our city website for 2024, applications will be accepted starting January 8th, 2024. So everything is on our city website. This checklist that I narrated is also on there, and everyone is welcome. Again, in my role, we take we have, per the ordinance, first come, first serve. So if someone applies for the date, whether the application is fully complete or partially complete, the date is saved for that event. That is what we do. We are just the gatherers of information to submit to the committee that approves. So that's just an illustration of what the special event applications are taken in consideration. Any questions?
I do.
Yes.
With such a large event, street closures and everything, these committees should not be making the final decision on anything. It should actually come to the city council, in my opinion. So why isn't that put on there? The committee should make a recommendation to approve or deny, and then come to the city council and then vote on it, especially with streets, police, and everything, risk, everything that's going on here. Because if it's stuff starts falling apart, lawsuit starts going around and coming, guess who's forwarding the bill? The city council has to start approving this. So, I mean, either we change this, how this is done.
It's just the way the ordinance is written.
Okay, then we're gonna have to re-amend this then.
Well, it used to be like that.
Because this is how it has to be, because this is like really nuts.
For purposes of tonight's hearing, no. I think we're just considering the dates and protocols that were in place at the time that the application was submitted.
Okay.
I think going forward, it could certainly be raised and proposed.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
And if I could add, I understand, like you said, you process the information, and then it's submitted to the alderman, and then it comes before the council, right?
That's for block
That's for block
parties.
parties.
Block parties
Right now, my focus, based on the case, is just for special events. But for block parties, it's practically the same kind of process where we receive the application. But in this case, it's approved by the alderman. Then from there, it goes to the mayor, and then the mayor, if it's approved, then it's sent over to the applicant. The permit will be sent to the applicant, all the information from there. But right now, I'm just focused on these special events, since this is the case that we are currently focused on.
Thank you for the
But with that said, I will pass it on to Sean to go over the timeline.
Hi, I'm Sean Nunag, Finance Manager for the Finance Department. I oversee special events. I'm going to go over the factual background. I'm going to be giving a summary of the important dates and events pertinent to this appeal. The documents that I will be referring to are part of the appendix portion that was part of the attachment on board docs. So we're going to start with January 3rd, 2023. The city's finance department received petitioner's first application for a special event permit. That's page 1 of the attached appendix. Carrasco application 1 sought a permit from the city to hold a parade on September 17th, 2023 from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Washington Street. January 4th, 2023. Itza Morales from the city's licensing division of the finance department sent an email to petitioner acknowledging receipt of the application and notified the petitioner that the application was rejected. Please see page 5. The basis of the rejection was that the special event application for 2023 would not be accepted until January 9th, 2023. The email included a link to the city's special events page on its website, which states the policies for the special event applications, including submittal dates. Ms. Morales' reply included a statement that stated all prior balances and projects must be cleared of open items at the time of the new application. The petitioner had previously been provided with an invoice and a police duty billing statement dated October 26, 2022, in the amount of $9,633 for security and traffic management services provided by the City of Waukegan at the previous year's Fiestas Patrias event. Please see page 9. At the time of the petitioner's submitted application, submitted Carrasco application number 1, 5,933 of the Waukegan Police Department invoice remained outstanding. That same day, the petitioner sent 2 emails contesting the charges in the WPD invoice. Please refer to pages 12 and 15. These emails were forwarded to the police department and reviewed by Chief Keith Zupek. January 6, 2023. Chief Zupek denied the request to reduce the outstanding amount of the Waukegan Police Department invoice. Please see page 18. No further communication was received from the petitioner or Fiestas Patrias until the end of February. No additional special event applications were submitted by the petitioner to the department until June 5th of 2023. February 23rd, 2023. The department received a special event application submitted by Oscar Zepeda on behalf of Puro Football for a parade to be held on September 17th, 2023 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Washington Street from Buttrick to Sheridan Road. Please see the Zepeda parade application on page 23. The same day, Itza Morales received a call from Ms. Elizabeth Morado, an associate of the petitioner, who requested Ms. Morales return her call. Ms. Morales left a message for Ms. Morado, a voicemail message that same afternoon, and followed up with an email. Please look at appendix page 22 for that email. March 1st, 2023, the department did not hear back from the petitioner or anyone from the Fiestas Patrias group until March 1st, when Carlos Parada, the department's new special events coordinator, spoke with Ms. Marrero on the phone. During this call, Mr. Parada informed Ms. Marrero of the following and confirmed that an email summary and confirmed it with an email summary immediately afterwards. You can view that on page 26 of the appendix. The points of that email: the Carrasco application number 1 had been submitted before the approval window for the special events, before the approval window for special events had opened, and was rejected for being submitted too early. He informed them that there remained an unpaid balance of $5,933 on the Waukegan Police Department invoice, and that the amount would have to be paid for before another application was to be submitted. Ms. Marrero inquired whether the city would accept payment pursuant to a scheduled payment plan. In that same email, it was expressed that the Zepeda Parade application had been received by the city, and that it was unlikely that the city would be able to approve 2 events at the same location at the same time. Ms. Marrero acknowledged receipt of Mr. Parada's email summary and agreed to discuss the issues with her committee. The department received no additional communication from the petitioner or Fiestas Patrias in March or April of 2023. March 24th of 2023, the department received a second special event application from Puro Football for an Independence Parade Festival to be held on September 17th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the parking lot located on Sheridan Road, bounded by Washington Street, Water Street, and Genesee Street. Please see the Zepeda Festival application on page 28 of your appendix. April 1st, 2023, Mr. Zepeda provided the city with a sole proprietor form confirming that he's a sole proprietor of the Puro Football organization. As a sole proprietor, Puro Football is not required to register with the state of Illinois Secretary of State. Please refer to page 32 of the appendix. May 19th, 2023, Mr. Parada emailed Ms. Marrero to notify her that the city had reduced the charges on the Waukegan Police Department invoice by $2,633.99 to reflect a quote provided in advance of the 22 event. Mr. Parada explained that the outstanding balance on the reduced invoice was $3,043.50. Please refer to page 33 of the appendix. June 5th, 2023, the department received a new application from the petitioner on behalf of Fiestas Patrias for a special event permit to hold an event on September 17th from 11:45 to 3 p.m. on Washington Street. Carrasco application number 2. Please refer to page 36 of the appendix. On June 6, 2023, the city sent an email to the petitioner denying the application on the basis for the basis for the denial was the petitioner's event would conflict with another special event, parade, or assembly. Petitioner responded via email acknowledging the denial and contesting the decision. Please view page 40 of the appendix. And on June 17th, 2023, the petitioner submitted her appeal. Please view page 47 of your appendix. That's the timeline. Do you have any questions?
Not for you, Sean, but maybe the other one.
I have one. I looked up the special event process on our website, special event requirements, and at the bottom it says 2023 applications will be accepted starting 1/9/2023. When did that go on the website?
We put that on before, I want to say, right after our season finishes from the prior year.
So no special events can occur between January 1st and February 9th, right? Because you have to have them in 30 days in advance.
Correct.
Okay, but this was put on sometime before January 1st.
Like Carlos stated, we already have the event calendar date for 2024 season. So we put that well in advance to inform planners because we've had different applicants who want to think more futuristically, and so they'll want to know those kind of dates.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, if I may, so all of the history aside, right? I mean, all the money and all that straightened out. The bottom line is, at this point, the application is denied because of a conflict in dates, right? Two different organizations applying to do an event on the same date.
That is,
right?
that is correct. Okay. Just as it was stated, it's kind of a first come, first serve kind of scenario.
Yeah, first come, first, that makes sense. It's logical. I would suggest Mrs. Carrasco amend her application, move the parade up one day and do it on the 16th and let the other guy have the 17th. Or combine it, yeah, ideal, you work together, one community.
Let's just keep to questions right now, if there's any other questions.
Thank you, Attorney Anderson.
I just want to make sure we're.
All right, thank you.
I have one quick question. I heard reference to a meeting with Chief Zupek. Maybe it was in January or February. I think it was the petitioner that maybe said she met with the chief. Is there a record of a meeting taking place with Chief Zupek?
I do not have record of that. That was something done. Everything that I have explained, we have documentation of in the appendix. I do not have any information on that meeting.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know that was a meeting with Ms. Carrasco. I think it was just a written.
Like an email exchange regarding that outstanding bill?
Okay. If there's no other
I got one more
questions.
question. Okay. Why did it take, 7 or 9 months for Chief Zupek to even acknowledge this whole thing?
He didn't take 9 months. It was submitted to him, and in 3 days he responded no. And then they waited until February 1st when a new chief came in and then tried to give it to the new chief who had no history of any of this, and then tried to talk to him. As you can imagine, when a new chief comes in and they're an interim chief, you've got a lot to deal with, and so it did not get looked at right away. You know, I can't tell you how long it would take normally. Chief Zupek was, like I said, adamant because he was familiar with everything that happened on the day of that parade and why the billing was what it was. I don't believe Chief Navarro had all that information because he was the deputy chief when that parade happened in December.
So the question has been proposed, would you be willing to change your date?
Well, I think we have to keep that, this is just an appeal hearing, so we can't deal with that at this moment. We have to look at it, but your point is well taken. I think we just have to decide whether or not, you know, this appeal should be, the decision of the staff should be affirmed or denied. Any other questions for Mr. Nudag?
So we're just trying to verify and solidify if it's the application.
Yep, but we're not concluded with the hearing yet. So is there any other questions for Mr. Nudag? Okay.
I have a question. The other application, is it still pending?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Alderman Edith, what did you?
The other application, is it still pending?
Oh.
So that means nobody has been approved, correct?
So no one is ever totally approved until, so there's certain guidelines you have to hit. So like you have to have your map in by certain days, you have to have.
Let Sean testify.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and.
Yes. So, like Carlos stated, through the application process, there are certain requirements that you need to have, and there's a checklist that we have, and part of that checklist, you know, we have the COI, we have the site plan. A lot of things can change, so we require everything be submitted to us at least within 30 days or even 15 days before the event. So in order for us to make sure that everything goes smoothly, especially with a large event like this, I believe we had a due date, correct? We did have a due date. Yes, and that was August 25th for everything due. So.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Nudag?
I do. There is, so Port of Football has 2 applications in as well?
Yes, one for the parade and one for the celebration, the festival.
Thank you.
Where is the festival going to be held?
The festival?
Yes.
For which application? For the football, yes.
Okay. And the other one for Fiesta Patria's organization, where is their festival?
I don't have the application in front of me. Do you remember what lot we're raising? Same lot.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's what I was confused about too. Okay.
So you're both requesting the same exact thing on the same exact day at the same, more or less the same time, right?
Any other questions? Okay, Ms. Krasko, based on what you've heard from these 2 witnesses, brief, and I'm going to underscore brief questions for Mr. Nudag or Mr. Carlos, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name. Parada, Mr. Parada. Brief questions.
Okay. Yes, based on what Mr. Carlos Parada's statements tonight, in which he stated that
no, Ms. Krasko, do you have any questions for either Mr. Parada?
Okay, all right. Yes, for Mr. Parada, okay. First of all.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Do you have a copy of the denial letter, which per the city ordinance requires that a written letter from the mayor be sent to the applicant?
Okay, Mr. Parada, can you answer that, please?
Yes. Do I have it present?
Does it exist?
Mr. Parada, can you step up so we can hear you to the microphone?
You're asking if I have the letter?
The letter from the mayor with the denial, as per city ordinance requires.
Yes, which was emailed and mailed. to your correspondence.
For my first application, not the second.
The first application was not a denial. It was the rejection based on the date that you had applied. It was not a denial. It was a rejection. If you look at the email, it was a rejection based on the date that the application.
We're not talking about the first denial because that's off the table, or the rejection, whatever we're going to call it. We're only going to talk about this, the reason that we're here today, which is the second application submittal that was submitted June 5th. June of this year that was denied. That's the world that we're dealing in right now. So do you have any other questions for them?
Yes, I do. I believe that Mr. Parada stated that any application from any individual, the information, the documents submitted are available via FOIA request. We did FOIA request, and his the document that he was referring to, do you have a copy of the sole proprietorship from Poodle Football that was submitted with the application?
Mr. Prada, can you answer that?
You requested anything submitted from January for Puro Football, and we had nothing submitted from them in January. If you look at the FOIA that you submitted, per your questions, it stated anything submitted for January 2023, and his applications were submitted in February.
I did not give a specific date. I asked.
Okay, we're not going to argue. We're not arguing.
It was just on
So
there.
next
I just
question.
provided-
Next question. Next question. This is the last question.
That is correct. Once again, for Mr. Parada, you stated tonight that the website was updated. On April 3rd, when I applied, the system allowed me to enter the application. Was there on that website stating about April 9th date?
April 9th, or you mean January?
January, excuse me, I misstated, January 9th.
So the dates are on the website. Unfortunately, our system, our portal, does not reject any application submitted. Unfortunately, we're not that advanced yet. So it will let you submit an application. So it would just be based on, obviously, what's on there. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the council approves the date of when the applications are submitted. So everything is on our website. Everything was on there. The first application was rejected based on the date that it was submitted. But if you looked at the email, like Sean reiterated, it was never stated that you couldn't reapply. It was just apply after January 9th, which is on our website, and every year, like I mentioned, it's put out to the public when they can apply.
My question was
Okay,
specifically on January 3rd.
Ms. Crosco, we're out of time.
Correct.
Thank you.
And he's answered your question. So Ms. Crosco, you get the last bite at the apple. We'll set the timer for 1 minute for your final rebuttal.
How much time? 1 minute? Okay. I believe that Poodle Football application is ineligible. I believe that there was false information. I believe it was incomplete. It never should have even gotten to the point that it was at. We went with Lake County in regards to and had their legal department as far as for sole proprietorship and what's the requirements and if it existed, and they stated it did not. Therefore, their application, a city in Waukegan failed to do their due diligence in verifying that Poodle Football, even after so many times we said that they were not legitimate and did not exist, the city continued on processing the application when it instead, what they should have done is just stopped it and rejected their application because they failed to comply with all the requirements that we were required to do.
Okay, that's time. Thank you, Ms. Crosco. Okay, so the question before the council is whether the city's denial of Ms. Crosco's special events permit was a proper denial or not. So we would need a motion, a second, and then a roll call vote.
A motion to approve or a motion to deny? What is the motion?
It's a motion to uphold the city's decision to deny. So if the city followed their procedures and stayed with it, like did what they were supposed to do, then you would uphold the city's decision to deny.
So an aye is to deny.
An aye is to deny,
Okay.
correct.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? So if we vote no and voted to turn this over, then what happens to the first application? I mean, now we've got 2 events on the same day
I
being
think,
applied
well,
for.
from a practical aspect, I think probably Mr. Prada or Mr. Nunez would have to answer that, but I think from a practical aspect, I don't think you can have 2 events going on at the same time, the same day. So again, we would have to go back to the city departments to review Ms. Carrasco's application again and then put it back through the channels. So again, you're dealing with competing applications, and pro footballs would still be first in time. But you'd have to look at, you know, in terms of, I guess you'd have to look at who came first in that instance. If it was an improper denial, pro football's application was submitted when?
February, wasn't it?
February, and then Ms. Carrasco's was submitted in June. You'd still have 2 events competing at the same time.
Yeah.
And what would happen in that instance?
It's the city's policy not to have 2 events at the same time. I imagine the reason why most cities don't have 2 events at the same place at the same time is because of resources.
So,
We wouldn't have the manpower.
well, we
to-
only have 1 Washington Street,
That
let's
is
face
correct,
it.
yes.
But what would happen then if those, okay, so let's say this gets turned over and both those applications now are on your desk.
Somebody has to be denied, and the question is who,
Yes.
and that would have to go again through the proper city departments again to deny an application, because you can't have 2 events, the same location, at the same time, doing the same thing, because there aren't enough resources to conduct both events at the same time in the same place.
Unless we change the.
Unless they agree to combine events, but.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Unless
what I'm
they,
saying.
unless they what?
Unless we change the ordinance and then it comes forth to us, correct?
But that wouldn't happen now.
That wouldn't happen now.
That's down the road.
So, Attorney Gandersky, could we hold this proceeding over to give the interested parties an opportunity to negotiate and figure out something?
They've had that time already because it was
I would
a
not recommend that
recommendation I
because
made.
this is also a due process right, and, you know, Ms. Carrasco has a right to have her hearing and have a decision made today.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Instead of denying, once again, I'm putting out the question, would you be willing to change the date?
But we just answered that.
Yeah, so
I'm
that
sorry
was,
to hear
the
it.
question was asked down at this side. A decision needs to be made today. Perhaps Ms. Carrasco and Pro Football, if they were to so decide, they could come to that agreement. Either way, a decision should be made today because Ms. Carrasco has due process rights, and the reason why this gets appealed to the council is to protect those rights. So the council should really make a decision tonight.
So what you're saying is, basically, all this is saying is, did the city follow its policy in making the decision it did? If the city did not follow its policy, well then you're voting against this. Otherwise, the motion is to uphold the city's decision to deny. That's how the motion would read.
And based on the evidence you've heard tonight, you can make that decision.
So I is to uphold the city's decision.
So
It
there
is.
there isn't a motion yet. The motion that's being proposed would be a motion to uphold the city's denial of Ms. Carrasco's special events permit.
Right.
And then a nay would send it back to the department.
Correct. There you go.
Okay.
Call for the vote.
Okay.
There first has to be a motion and a second.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, who was
So
the
again,
second?
just for
Donenworth?
clarity, the motion is to uphold the city department's denial of Ms. Carrasco's permit for the special event.
So for clarification, the first was Turner, the second was Donenworth? Was that it? Oh, I'm sorry. Who was the second?
That was me. Alderman Guzman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So it's Turner and Guzman.
So there's an opportunity for discussion on that item if the council so wishes. There's an opportunity for discussion based on the motion if the council wishes.
Okay, let's call the vote. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
I do not think the application should be denied. My vote is no.
Alderman Donilworth,
No.
Florian,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Bolton,
No.
Guzman,
No.
Martinez,
No.
Felix,
Nay.
Newsom,
No, send it back.
So we're sending it
seven
back.
noes. Noes have it.
So the result of this will be the application gets sent back through the departments to review. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Bless you.
So the hearing is over?
Oh, motion to close the hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
I
Second.
second. Who was the second?
Donilworth.
Bolton.
Okay, Bolton was second.
Bolton, that's fine.
All those in favor?
Aye.
First.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Who's first?
Aye.
Who? Newsom, thank you. No.
We voted to dismiss, but there's Alderman time.
Alderman Turner.
Thank you very much. A couple of three things. I actually got a long list, but I'm going to shorten it down real quick. So we'll start with public safety. I just want to make mention of, and I want to
Quiet,
thank,
please.
I want to make mention, and I want to thank Chief Navarro for providing me this information. I did have a ward meeting, Saturday, and more details about and specifics about stats in the 6th Ward are available on social media, and I can provide to you on request. But I did want to highlight, gun seizures across the city from January 1st to July 12th. There are 136 total firearms seized. We did have 14 handguns and 1 rifle seized in the 6th Ward. 11 adults were arrested and 1 juvenile was arrested. So thank you, Chief. Also, I want to remind everyone that Alderman Donilworth and myself are still offering a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of anyone illegally in possession of a firearm. That's our 6th and 7th Ward rewards program. Yeah, all right, okay. On this weekend, Saturday the 22nd, we have the Greenwood Block Party between 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. That's on Greenwood and centered at Greenwood and Linden. All are invited. I encourage you. It was a great big shebang last year, and I think it's going to be the same this year. On the following weekend, July 29th, we got a 6th Ward dumpster drop at 741 Glen Flora in front of the Dollar General store, and that is from 8:30 to noon. All, again, as the mayor mentioned, everyone in the city is welcome to these dumpster drops. You bring whatever you have, and if you don't, electronics and rubber tires and such, no construction materials and no yard waste. We finally put to rest this question of the contract for Arena Communications, and question, Mayor, the $108,000, was that already in the budget? Yes. Yeah, okay. So I would like to make
This is not a discussion period. This is your Alderman time period. It's not a discussion.
Yeah, I could ask you a question.
No.
Don't ask no questions. Don't tell no lies. All right. I would like to make a motion that $108,000 that was previously budgeted for Arena Communications be redirected to or reallotted to the police department and used to pay overtime for a traffic enforcement detail in the city. Can I get a second?
That would have to be put on next time. It doesn't happen here.
I understand. We can make a motion now, right? And it'll come up and you can put it in a committee next time or bring it, how does that work?
Legal counsel needs to look at that first. when she comes back, she can answer you on that.
Okay, cool, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for making all the phone calls and stopping by and letting me know what's going on in the ward. I've been out there almost every day, running up and down the street, excuse me. And there are a lot of violations in my ward, so we'll be doing some heads up with the police and through the city to control. A lot of these cars are parked all over the people's lawns. They're parked across the sidewalks. Sunday night there was a party at Jackson and Buck. There had to be 200 cars there parked on everyone's driveway, everyone's lawn, and then actually in the yellow no parking zone in that area there and up the street. So we'll have to see what we can do to take care of that, and then other than that, just keep calling and I'll take care of what we can do. Thank you.
Alderman Florian.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I wanted to comment on a couple things that were brought up in audience time. A former alderman indicated that the aldermen make, I forget what you said, $250 an hour to come sit in these meetings. Well, okay, it's 10:36, so I hope you incorporated that extra hours into your calculation. And as a former alderman, I think you probably know this is not the only thing we do. We are on the phone, we are answering emails, we are going to events in our community, we are out there all the time, at least some of us are. So I definitely don't make $200 and some an hour, I can tell you. I can honestly say that does not happen. So I would like that clarified publicly. Another person brought up about the ETO and the other things going on in our community, and recently in Time magazine there was an article about America's life expectancy, and I'm not going to go into all of what I wanted to say, but I do know that we had stuff presented to us from CDBG a couple weeks ago, and the average Waukeganite lives 10 years less than anyone else in Lake County. That's on us, people. And when they get up there and yell at us about stuff, that is on us. It's because of pollution. It's because of poverty. There's list after list in here. I encourage you to look at this article in Time magazine about what affects America's life expectancy. Did you know that there is a 5-year penalty for being an African American compared to being a white male? You get 5 years less, not more, less. Poverty is not about income alone. There's health care, there's all kinds of issues. It says that people who struggle, who have poverty, are less likely to have access to affordable health care, more likely to live near toxic sites, and develop lung cancer. That's us, people, in case you don't know. They are more likely to live in food deserts and to wrestle with illnesses like heart disease and obesity. Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but look this up. It is definitely on us that our people live 10 years less than everyone else in this county, and we have got to figure out ways to address that. I'm having a dumpster Saturday, the 22nd, this Saturday, in front of Mid Lane from 8 a.m. to 11. It's always a very popular thing in my ward, and I look forward to seeing everyone there on Saturday. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes.
Pass.
Alderman Bolton.
Yes, I want to say thank you to YCC program that was out hitting the pavement at 90-degree temperature on Friday. They were cleaning the alleys, a great group of young people, and then afterwards I treated them to pizza, and it was great to see them up close and personal, and how they're just a great, there's young people that are trying to be proactive. And then also going through the ward Fridays, seeing a group of young people, I think thankful to Public Works, hiring our young people to paint our fire hydrants in the first ward. They're doing a great, great job in spite of the temperature. And then I really appreciated our guests from Japan, our international guests. It was quite an eventful event at the casino. And then congratulations to Living Waters Cathedral for their 100 years, and I will be presenting the proclamation again on Sunday. And 100 years is stellar to have that establishment. And also in the first ward, we're selling Norco recovery program will be having their second gala on Saturday at the Greenbelt. They're being proactive in the community and providing support to those that are in recovery. And that will be from 5 to 9 at the Greenbelt Cultural Center. Thank you again.
Alderman
That's all I
Guzman.
have.
Mine's going to be really quick because it's so late and stuff like that, so I'm just going to wait till the next time. So I just want to start off with saying my condolences to the two young ladies, and prayer goes out to the families. It did happen in the second ward, and my heart is really broken on that. Again, please take note on the telephone number that the mayor provided for Safe Place for Domestic Violence. Is a very, very sad thing. Washington Park from Dugdale to Illinois 120, city known as Belvedere Road. I got a lot of phone calls. Director Garland has assured me that potholes is on the list for this week. So people, we can hold off on that. So one thing also, Alderman is basically a part-time thing, so I cannot afford this to be my full-time job. So I have a full-time job that I'm not accessible until after 3 p.m. So just to let everybody know, not until after 3 p.m., but I will make sure I will return your phone call. Somebody from the city is giving out my personal number. That is not for anybody else. That's why I have a city number. When I receive the phone call, I listen to the message, and I return the phone call on my city phone. Okay, so if nobody knows the telephone number, it's 847-390-2690. Okay. I think that's about it for right now, because I have a lot more to go. Oh, ETO, pollution. Okay, so what are we able to do with this? Because this is something that keeps going on and on and on. This is what the gentleman who spoke, former alderman, said 8 years. So, I mean, 8 years, nothing has been done. Okay, so what can we do to fix this? Okay, what ordinance we have to do, who do we have to talk to, what department, department manager has to send emails to Illinois or U.S. authorities to move this along. This is just way too long, and I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to catch cancer, okay? And this is just way, 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 way too long. So who's the email I have to send to pass this along? To find out what's going to happen or what can be done?
That's a discussion that you can have with the chief of staff or myself, but we don't, that's
okay.
not here
Okay.
now.
No problem. No
Okay.
problem. Just question. Okay, thank you. Okay, see. Okay, one thing that my last and final thing that I want to talk about what police officers call phishing, and a lot of neighboring cities have this issue. Okay, the city of Waukegan, I'm sure we don't do it, nor Chicago, I'm sure they don't do it because we have too much work. But I see a lot of officers from Gurnee and Park City pulling people over on our streets. Illinois 131, I understand we share borders with Park City, but their jurisdiction stops at on Illinois Route 120, way before you hit Illinois 131. Gurnee stops way before you hit Illinois 131 on Washington and Illinois 132. I understand that the state gives them leeway if the offense starts in their town and it takes a little bit of time for them to run plates and stuff like that to move forward. But once you, I mean, this is a long way. I mean, once you pass Illinois 131 or right in the middle, I mean, this is basically called fishing. I mean, I would like some kind of report or something that shows how many times that these officers are pulled away, because they have like what does Park City has 2-3 officers to do the whole entire city. Well, Gurnee probably has 6 to 10, and I mean, I remember a couple of years ago that there was a city before they dissolved the police department that Lake County took over, that they were giving massive amount of tickets, massive amount. I can remember the city, and all these people are going out and fishing, okay? They're trying to, and I remember back in the days that I got pulled over in the city of Chicago, but it wasn't by the city of Chicago, it was through Harbor Heights, I think it was, who pulled me over, but in the city of Chicago, which was, I was kind of mad because it would have been cheaper if Harwood Heights would have pulled me over and took my car than the city of Chicago. It was back in the days when you had the proof of insurance were the little cards and stuff. Now I have everything on my phone. But who came and took my car wasn't Harwood Heights, was the city of Chicago. Okay, and I mean, these are fishing expeditions that I see because when the car gets towed, even though they're in city limits of Waukegan, it should be the car should be towed to Waukegan. It shouldn't be towed to Park City, or it shouldn't be towed to Gurnee. This is, I mean, I see it as a fishing expedition. That's what an officer told me. It's a fishing expedition, see what they can catch and how much money they can get out of us. So what is the policy of that? I mean, we can all discuss this afterwards, but that's about it. Thank you very much.
Alderman Martinez.
I'll make this short because it's been a long night. First of all, I do want to thank Apostle Mark McClory from the House of Prayer for his vocation at a time when our city does need prayers. So I commend him. Thank you so much for that beautiful invocation that he did tonight. Also, I also want to say I did attend the balloon release for the 2 victims of the senseless murder that happened, Brianna Serenity. I was able to interact with the families. It was a very emotional moment. And so therefore I pray for the families, and I did let them know that on behalf of the city that we are all thinking about them and they are in our prayers. Yesterday I attended Antioch, which was a family event that actually turned tragic. I was in line when the young child was injured. It was not a pretty sight. It was a family outing that we enjoyed, and all of a sudden it turned very terrible. So you never know what's going to happen. So my prayers goes out to that young man and his family, and also let it be a lesson for us that we work with the Illinois Department of Labor to ensure that all our carnival rides are safe and are secure. That way it hopefully doesn't happen here in Waukegan. Also, I'm trying to get a dumpster for the weekend. I have to talk to Mr. Garland. Hopefully he can get that approved. I get out of phone calls, people wanting to have a dumpster for the weekend. So I will be working on that. So I do hear you. Again, pothole patrols, they are still out there. Mr. Garland, thank you and your staff for assisting and also addressing those potholes that we have. There's so many out there. And then also my phone number, if you need to get a hold of me, is 847-390-2689. And finally, I just want to address earlier when during audience time, we had a person in my ward came and said that I was using Spanish. Well, you know, it's very unfortunate that we live in a society now where we're not able to express ourselves when 83% of our citizens here in Waukegan are Latinos. They are citizens, they're taxpayers, they contribute to our economy, and they also want to live the American dream, so they should be given the opportunity. I'm really not looking for a fight or an argument. I'm just here to do the work of the people. I think I mentioned it before. For the person who put me on the spot, I extend an olive branch to her, because I'm not here to create any animosity, but I just, you know, it's a challenge that I face with that particular person. I have nothing against her. I want to work together. I'm about moving forward and doing what's best for our community and our ward and for all the people. So tonight, it was evidence that 70%, and I count everybody, 70% of our audience was Latinos, all right? We live here. We are part of the fabric of America and the fabric of Waukegan. That's what makes Waukegan strong, is the diversity of its people. And when you're saying that I cannot say a public service announcer saying that if you need to get a hold of me, simply, this is my number, that's all I'm saying. I'm not here to create any kind of division with any ethnicity, all right? So I just want to put that out there, that I'm here for everyone. I'm not here to look for a fight, you know, but again, I'm going to say this to my Latino constituents who pay taxes, who are citizens, and who live in my ward. Estoy aquí para ayudarle, y si no estoy disponible, dejo un mensaje y lo devolveré su llamada. I'll return your call. I hope that we can all put this aside, because it takes the community, and we are a community that is diverse, and I think that tonight was a great representation of that. And so therefore, you know, I'm just going to let that go. Like I said, I'd like to extend an olive branch to her. I'm about moving forward, see what I can do for my constituents and my ward. I'm not here to create any kind of challenges or any kind of division. With that being said, please, everyone be safe. Let's all be safe, let's be mindful, and let's all be a great neighbor. That's all I have.
Alderman Felix.
Thank you. I did want to address something that, in terms of the arena contract earlier. So I did speak to Brad and had conversations with the PR department to really get what was going on, what was needed, what is actually needed from that department. And when I heard a lot of the people that have strong opinions about that PR department have not even called the PR department. They don't know what's going on. So it's based on their just opinions, but it's not on fact. The reason why I wanted to bring it back is because I spoke to Brad and Wayne, not Wayne, David Motley, and see what we can do, what we could work on. And part of the conversations were to offer more communication to our separate wards. Each alderman have more communication with their constituents in their separate wards. And you know, I think that would have been a great thing to do. I'm pretty sure we're going to work towards it, but that was the reason why I was bringing it up, and also to have things in Spanish as well, like the agenda, like the newsletter, that I would definitely would love to champion, and also provide that information in Spanish as well, because again, that is a large, probably more than half of the population in Waukegan. So I think it's very important. Of course, you know, like the lady said also, you know, everything needs translation. Yes, that's the point, you know, to have something that is already in English, then provide it in Spanish as well, because that's a huge population here in Waukegan. But that was the main thing. It's not a political thing. It's more of a, how can we do more for our constituents, which is communicate with them better. And I understand everyone wants to do, some people want to do their own thing, that's fine. But the point of it is how to utilize the city's professionals to help that and get that communication to the people. So that was the main reason. And again, you know, when we come out here and say certain things, I want to make sure that, you know, we say it with facts and actually reach out to the departments and see exactly what they're needing, not just based on our own opinions. I do want to address Ray, what he said in terms of the community outreach Waukegan. I'm glad that he brought it up. It is a great organization, and not exactly what he meant. He said that we were going to get paid by, or we got paid by Arena Strategies. That is a misleading, and I want to make sure to say that in public. That is misleading. It has no base, and it's just speculation, and it's not true. That's just gossip, and I think it's immoral for someone to come up here and say lies like that. You know, to Ray, you know, a lot of people follow him, but you know, it's unfortunate that you say a lot of good things, but then say things like this, and then it's hard to trust someone like you that comes out here and says these things. So I mean, I welcome people to come out here and bring up things that they want to discuss, but not gossip and lies. And I welcome to keep coming here and bring out good things. In terms of one thing that did come up last meeting, that it was kind of taken aside because of the whole political and drama, was the CDBG had a complaint from a constituent that they felt like they were done wrong because of the contractors were unprofessional. This is per their words, unprofessional, and professionalism from the workers themselves, and also the department as well. So, you know, what I wanted to have is open that discussion and also ask, how are these contractors regulated? Are they held to the same standards as what City of Waukegan asks for contractors? Who would be able to answer that?
To me privately, because this isn't a discussion, I can give you where that update is and what happened and what's going on with the contractors.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure I voice that out, that that is a concern that I want to look into for sure. Also, I got some complaints from the residents. Not complaints because we're moving forward with the digging of the pipes and checking them, but the holes that were left there, and I did reach. You know, they wanted me to voice this out, my constituents, that they're seeing this. I already reached out to the Director Garland and talked to him about this. They're gonna reach out and talk to the contractors that are digging these holes. The complaint was that there was some big holes and only a little cone was, well, not little, regular size cone was put in the middle. These big holes were not covered, so that's a hazard to little kids that walk around there. And we're talking about maybe 10 plus holes. And the residents themselves had to go put wood there themselves. So I wanted to bring it up to let the constituent know that this is something that has been talked about, and then, you know, I'm saying it publicly that we're gonna do our best to take care of that. And I've reached out to Public Works as well. One thing that I do wanna, Mayor, do you, or Director, do you know where they're at with the hydrants, like what wards they're working on right now?
They're actually going through all of them. They'll go down like a street, which may cover more than
Different
one
wards.
ward. So I believe we're at around 1,000 right now is the last number I heard.
And the plan is to do the whole city? But
2,500 is all they'll get done.
Okay.
And we had done some wards last year. We did a lottery. We had done the first ward and part of the ninth ward was skipped. So, and we did that by lottery. So they did not start in those areas. They started in other places.
Okay.
So it's 2,500 and approximately until the kids go back.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing I want to say is condolences to the two young ladies that lost their lives, and to their families as well. Again, my phone number, I wanted to also say it as well publicly, where you guys can reach out to me, is 847-390-2693. And I am bilingual, so I do speak Spanish fluently, so please reach out to me. And I'll say it in Spanish. Me pueden contactar al número 847-390-2693. Contáctame, por favor, con sus información que necesitan o quieren resolver. Gracias. And all I said is just to reach out to me for issues that they have. That's all for me. Thank you.
Alderman Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have one item. I've been getting a lot of complaints about loud music at night and on the weekends, and I was wondering, I think it's been a while since we tweaked that ordinance. I would like the fines to go up on that, and some kind of way, I know that Chief Navarro, when the officer has to hear, I guess, the music, because a lot of the constituents are reluctant to sign a complaint because they don't want to have to come to court and it's their neighbor or someone that lives across the street or whatever. So they're reluctant to sign a complaint. And sometimes it takes the police, and I can understand if they're doing more serious things, it takes them a while to get there, and by the time they get there, they've, sometimes turn the music down, or if an officer goes and gives them a warning to turn it down, they'll turn it down, and when the officer leaves, they'll turn it back up. So we need to tweak that ordinance where, I hate to say not give them a warning, but we need to have something that has some teeth in it because people are not neighborly when it comes to that, when it comes to loud music. I can understand the parties on the weekend, graduations, all that stuff, but please be mindful of your neighbors when it gets dusk. Turn your stuff down. Everybody in the neighborhood doesn't need to hear it. So I think we need to tweak that ordinance where I thought it was the later it gets, the fine goes up. But I think it needs to go way up and not, a warning or whatever. If they hear it, they should be issued a citation because I believe everybody knows when their music is too loud and they shouldn't be encroaching on their neighbor. They should be neighborly. So if we can bring that ordinance back.
So do you want to make a motion for a referral? Or
Yeah,
do you want to?
Does it go to code and revisions?
It'll go to codes.
Just go for discussion.
Okay.
For the next council meeting.
I second that.
So,
I would support you on that.
okay, so it's a motion to
Amend the ordinance, the noise ordinance for fines to increase?
Yes.
Do you have a specified amount?
500 or more. I think that should be the first time out because we have noise ordinances posted in this community. Every entry, they know that they're not supposed to have their music loud. And this has been going on since I've been an alderman. Everybody knows that they shouldn't have their music that loud.
There's a motion for referral. Was there a second?
If I can just say one comment before you that.
Okay.
Bolton.
Hold on.
So we have
Alderman
a
Bolton.
first, which is Newsome, a second, which is Bolton. So do we need a roll call on that to bring it?
I think there's some more discussion.
Just comment on that too. I don't know if the ordinance maybe needs to be updated as far as to still revive, because what I'm seeing is a lot of bands, full orchestrated bands out there,
Amen.
and that's louder than the music you hear. So I don't know if that's already part of the ordinance or not, but please include that because I'm
Any
seeing that more
noise.
often than
Full
ever.
orchestra.
I thought it was a part of the ordinance. You couldn't have amplified music.
Well, these are
So-
bands.
Yeah.
These are bands
All
that are
bands.
out there.
So this will be a discussion item on the next codes
Right,
meeting.
right.
Thank
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Do we need to do a roll call? We need to do a roll call to get this as a motion to discuss at the next council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, next
Code
codes
amendment.
meeting.
Okay.
So can I have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Alderman Turner,
Aye. Aye.
Donilworth,
Aye.
Florian,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Bolton,
Aye.
Guzman,
Aye.
Martinez, Felix,
Aye.
Newsome.
Aye.
Motion passed.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion
Then-
to adjourn.
Wait. We had, Alderman Turner wanted to bring a motion for referral to the next code revision, or no, not code revision, to the next council for the $108,000 that we were going to give Arena to be put to traffic.
Right, to the police department for use in the traffic detail for traffic enforcement. speeding and reckless driving and such.
Okay, so I want to be clear on both of those, whether it's at the next council meeting or next codes, they're not voted on, they're just for discussion, okay? So
Yeah.
everybody understands.
Oh, great, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Alderman Turner, a second.
Donworth.
Okay, roll call, please.
I'm sorry, who's the second?
Donenworth,
Okay.
roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
I'm gonna go back.
Felix.
We didn't say we were gonna support it.
Felix.
We'll talk about it.
Okay, guys, quiet.
Newsome.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Florian, second? Newsome. All those in favor?
No,
Good night,
no,
everyone.
No, we need to be